Have you popped it out yet, Han?
Oh, we're live.
Hello.
That was quite possibly
The
sweetest
worst
halfling
timing
around.
of any statement
Oh,
ever.
perfection.
Wow.
Perfection. That's what I come back to. That's what I come back to.
And the fact that it was,
Yeah.
Guys, I'm here all night.
So earlier it was like, I'll try and be a bit more like professional with how I start things off tonight, and I'll, be a bit more on top of the game and stuff like that. But yeah, apparently not.
No.
Hi everyone, welcome to Radiant Shadows episode 9. We're a little Aussie D&D 5e live stream group. I'm Ham, I do all the DMing. And I'm going to throw it over to John and put him on the spot as we do a quick whip around to introduce everyone.
Thanks. Great.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm John the Dragon. I'm from Meeples and Dragons. We run an online store for TTRPG accessories here in Australia, and we make our own glasses and whatnot. I just wanted to let people know that we still got a couple Avatar Legends RPG books still in stock. They are moving fast. Apart from that, these little guys have recently arrived in. If you haven't heard about the dice slings, they're basically a dice which converts like a transformer into one of the iconic things in the new Dungeons and Dragons movie. We've got the Owlbear, Beholder, Black Dragon, and Red Dragon. I'm playing Tiernan de Palin in our campaign, and I will throw it over to Miera, or Cass, rather.
Hi, I'm Shadowmere Cass. I play Miera. Also on Twitter as Shadowmere and Twitch as Shadowmere, but most of the time I just wait for the next sessions of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Cool.
That's it.
Heath.
G'day everyone, my name's Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20, supporting and helping all things down under, creators, players, and everything in between. I'm playing Grumpfel, a deep gnome, and he is very pleased to meet you, provided that you like coffee.
Outstanding. Mr. Promethean.
I am Mr. Promethean.
Forever and a day.
Sure, why not? There's a 0 in it, and I'm playing Delgrim, the Dwergar ranger, who rolls terribly. I don't know, 90% of the time against all odds.
Excellent.
Except when grave digging and
except when digging up people's grandfathers for important clues about the potential location of treasure.
Absolutely. Yes. And last but by no means least, Kate.
Hello, I am Kate. I am O'Sullivan Kate on all the things. I'm back. I apologize for running away for 2 weeks, but also I don't, because my Fringe show went vastly better than I ever would have thought possible. So thanks for letting me disappear, you lovely, lovely buggers. I play Rowan, who's currently not here right now. So we'll see what happens shortly.
Yeah, look, if the guys make the wrong choice, Kate just might be sitting there for the next, 3 or 4 hours twiddling her finger. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
I also, just for clarity, chat, have not watched the last 2 sessions. Well, I've watched the first of the 2 because I was in the chat, but I haven't gone back and watched it, and I haven't watched the last session. So
excellent. As always, we've got Saz, who is the Meeple, the other half of the Meeples and Dragons, lurking in the background as our producer. She makes sure all of the technical stuff does what it needs to do. She's okay.
Ouch.
And there's that we got to flip the bird. There we go.
And she just blew a kiss to us all. That was sweet. Thanks. As always, you will see at the top of the Twitch stream, there's a little banner for donations, because we are fundraising for the Black Dog Institute. So the Black Dog Institute is an Australian medical research institute focused on mental health and suicide prevention. So the research goes to discovering new solutions, foster connections, and create real world change. So you can donate to that. Doesn't impact on the game, but any donations are awesome and are hugely appreciated. There's a Tiltify link in the chat, which someone is going to do right now because they're awesome and I can't multitask. all the donations that are awesome and be greatly appreciated. It'd be awesome if we can hit a goal with that. You can also subscribe to our channel as well if you are enjoying what you're watching. That also won't impact anything, but it'll be greatly appreciated.
Except our hearts.
Except our hearts, for those of us who have them. Anyway,
Of course.
I would like to just do a quick shout out to everybody who hung out, not last Friday, but the Friday before, or the Saturday, or whenever it was for our world building stream. That was awesome. There were lots of people, which was super sweet and lovely. We've got some great names and a few extra details built around the world, and hopefully we'll do another one of those. I also want to shout out Tori on the stream. He has turned into my map monkey. He has demonstrated a great skill when it comes to creating battle maps and the like, and it produces them in about 5 minutes, which is highly beneficial for me. So if we find ourselves in a few battles or something like that coming up this session, maybe, who knows, it's his handiwork. So
I don't even have my stuff, Ham. That's not fair.
oh, look, I've
Well-
got to make it a challenge, right?
We've got a spare sword.
I've only got 2
You'll
spell
be fine.
slots. How dare you?
Well, that's just it. You've got Peridon's sword. It'll be fine. What's the problem?
I don't.
It's
Well, I
around.
have nothing.
We
It's
can
fine.
give it to you.
That's someone.
Isn't
Tina
Tiernan
did
helping
seem
you?
in- Yeah, but Tina didn't seem particularly interested in it.
You can
so-
have a cookie, Rowan. It's
You
okay.
can have a cookie.
Yeah, just-
There you go.
Yeah, roll
Hold
the
the
cookie.
cookie.
Roll the cookie. Yep. Okay, so let us jump straight into things with a quick summary from the last session. So, last time on Radiant Shadows, so the party, after capturing Peridon, finally got him to confess to his deeds. Distraught, he told them of the one he borrowed the money from. He told them of the one he borrowed the money from, a person called Purse Strings, and that if he didn't pay the 750 gold that he owed, then he feared his life would be forfeit. He also owed a significant amount of money to the Hallister banking syndicate, and at this stage would be in a position to take all of his land and property if he didn't settle his debt with them soon. Apparently, I'm struggling with words. Unsympathetic to his plight, the party talked with Wex to come up with a plan on how to deal with the disgraced nobleman. It was finally settled on that they couldn't just hand him over to Purse Strings, although not everyone agreed with this, and that they would take him to Harrow and hand him over to the law there. They would also approach the Alton family, one of the nobles that Wex had dealt with in the past and felt could be potentially trusted, and see if they would be interested in paying off the syndicate loans and take possession of the Nifglade lands. With the plan in place, the party asked Nissa to look after their friend Rowan's gear, as she was still to return, and left town. On the way out, they stopped at the Nifglade Manor and took the old map, which Peridon had told them was an ancient family heirloom that supposedly led to an old gem mine. This was located in the Scimitar Mountains, far off to the east in the Duchy of Kingsvale, and none of his family had ever been brave enough to venture out to find it. As the party left town, Delgrim, with Miera and a somewhat reluctant Grumpfel, stopped at the Greenfield Cemetery. Delgrim, hoping that further clues to the map might have been buried with the Nifglade grandfather, exhumed his corpse, only to find nothing. The trip to Harrow was uneventful, with the party keeping an eye on Peridon to ensure he didn't try and run away. On reaching the large town, they promptly handed him over to the law, which came in the form of a mercenary group known as the Earthbreaker Brigade, much to Peridon's horror. He was dragged off into the city. With Peridon handed over, their next stop was at the Dragon's Heart, located in the centre of the town and the home of the Alton family, along with the rest of the nobility of Harrow. And that is where we left off, with the party standing before the large wrought iron gates, covered in depictions of dragons and people in torment. What comes next for our brave adventurers? Once their duties to the village of Greenfield are complete, will they venture forth to look for the lost gold mine? Or will they take time to search for Miera's friend Bex and the wizard Athelas that she was supposedly travelling with? And Where is Rowan? At the wrought iron gate, which are closed, there are 4 guards, all from the Earthbreaker Brigade with the same tabards you've seen before, and once again, all gnomes. What do you guys want to do?
Is this the noble district?
No, it's the Gnomeable district.
Oh,
Straight into it.
Oh, hold on, aren't they on the really
Straight
fast
into
Dragon
it.
Ball?
We're not even like a minute.
wow.
I love it. We get at least 2 every session, and it's one of my favorite things.
I'm so glad I took puns off of the bingo card.
I'm never using gnomes ever again. The entire gnome population in this world are just going to get wiped off the face of the planet. Anyway, what are we doing?
I think we should join the Gnome Mercenary Guild.
Yeah. Wait, the mercenaries are gnomes? Or no, let's not even go there.
No. Focus. Focus. So you're standing there, and like one of the gnomes at this stage has sort of noticed you. Looks over and says, "What do you lot want?"
Ah, yes. We're inquiring about the Alton estate. We have a missive to deliver.
Yeah, okay. What do you want us to do about that?
Is it inside the Dragonheart district?
Yeah. Oh, you lot new.
Yes,
You haven't-
we are very new to this town, city.
Yeah, look. You're not allowed in. If you've got anything that you want dropped off or sent to them, there's an office about 3 buildings down. Go down there, you can drop off all the details there and they'll sort it out.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess. Guys, is that what usually happens in cities?
My city, very different city.
Yes, mine also. Usually, that these guards are gnomes.
Yep.
Grumpfel's going to try his luck here. Cousin, we are new to your fair city. Any chance that you might be able to direct us through so that we can deliver this missive? We have been on a long journey, and we'd just like to conclude business so that we may go and seek lodgings and relax after a very long journey.
No. Down the office, 3 doors down that way.
Sorry, what was that? Roll persuasion? Cool, no worries. Let's have a look here. Cool, 15. Does 15 do it?
No. No. They just give you just a dead, like, emotionless, expressionless look.
Delgrim will start walking in the direction of the office, but he's just kind of captured by the imagery of the dragon on this gate, and just sort of can't look away. So he'll probably like bump into something as he.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of people just walking down the road. A dragonborn and a human. You sort of accidentally bump into the dragonborn. Quite large, just over 6 foot. Looks down, just goes, "Watch it, shorty," and just keeps on making his way down the road.
Everyone's so cranky here.
Does Delgrim look like he's about ready to teach manners, or no?
Okay, full Delgrim.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, well,
he
guess
ran
the
into the
office will
dude.
$3
It's his
down.
fault.
no. Yeah. Well, after the exchange with the other gnomes, I'll just shrug to the party, and we'll follow Delgrim to down the road.
Oh, don't forget you've got the wagon as well.
Oh, we still got the
Because you
wagon.
sort of you've got your little wagon and your horse that you're trundling around with too.
Did anyone name the horse?
Thank you.
All right. Did you name the horse?
Presumably, it already has a name.
Mm.
Did you ask her?
Not there yet. I'm only level 3. Give me a
Okay,
break.
cool. Excellent. So you guys head down the road. And as the gnome said, 3 doors down, there's a fairly small, fairly sort of nondescript building. The one main noticeable features about it is that the windows are covered in very sturdy iron bars, and the door itself is heavily reinforced. Large iron bands are all across it, and it looks like it's made from very, very sturdy wood. Otherwise, the building seems quite nondescript.
Delgrim will try and just open the door.
Yeah.
First.
Door opens easily enough, and there's a little ding-a-ling-a-ling. There's a little sort of like shop bell rings. Inside is a very, very small, again, quite nondescript office. There is a small desk, and beside. God, words today. Behind the desk, you can see sitting there, it's a fairly young-looking elven woman. She's got red hair, which is pulled back very neatly, tied back in just a ponytail, a sprinkling of freckles across her face, and there's a small pair of wire glasses perched on the tip of her nose. She's currently got this very large ledger in front of her. And you can see she's got a little bottle of ink beside her and a quill, and she's currently writing away in it. Even from here, you can see that her fingers are stained quite dark, obviously from using a lot of ink and the like. And she's just writing away. Doesn't acknowledge the bell or anything like that.
Excuse me, elven lady. And she's on some kind of desk, I assume.
Yeah. So she's sitting behind the desk, sort of straight across from you. Yeah.
Yeah. Delgrim will knock gently on the top of the desk.
Yep. What are the rest of you guys doing? Is this as like, are you following Delgrim inside, or?
Yes.
Tiernan
Yeah.
would have followed in. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. She doesn't reply immediately. She seems focused on writing. There's sort of that uncomfortable sort of 5, 6, 7 seconds where it's like, did she hear me? Maybe she didn't. Before she sort of looks up, pushes her glasses up, very carefully places the quill in a little holder. Sort of tries to, she's got like a little cloth beside her which you can see is stained. She sort of tries to wipe a little bit of the excess ink that might have got on her fingers off that. Yes?
Would like to meet with the Alstons. We have message and property deal to discuss. We told by guards down the road to come here to office and speak.
So you want to meet with them? You're requesting an audience, is that correct?
Yes.
She closes the large ledger in front of her with quite an audible thump and pushes it to the side and reaches out under a desk and pulls out another large ledger and thump, sticks it on a desk, opens it up, just like starts flicking through some pages. She starts looking. Just date today. The Altons might be able to see you in approximately 5 days.
That is a long time.
Yes. They're very busy.
Is there no way to see them sooner than 5
No.
days?
I can pass on a message if there is a message that you would like sent through.
Yes, there is message. And Tiernan has a message, yes?
I think I do. I don't know who. Was it Tiernan or Grumpfel?
Delgrim
Okay.
thinks Tiernan has a message. Tiernan,
Okay, fair enough.
provide nice elven lady message.
Yes, good morning. Could you kindly, and he pulls out the missive from his coat pocket. Could you kindly pass this along to the Altons, courtesy of Wex from Greenfields?
He closes that book, pushes it to the side. Yeah, what were you going to say, Heath?
I was just going to say Grumpfel might just lean towards Delgrim and Tiernan and say, Perhaps we should still make the appointment to see them, and that might reinforce our eagerness to meet with them.
Would it be an idea to simply pass on the message that we're staying in town, and if
Yes.
they have an opportunity to speak to us directly, they can get a hold of us at where are we staying?
The Vale?
The Vale Inn.
Vale
Way Inn. Yeah.
Vale Way.
That's right.
Well, we not stay there yet, but we hope to stay there.
Are the Altons out of town, or
No, they're just busy.
we only need to pass a message to them?
And that is fine, and I can organise for the message to be passed along.
Tiernan's going to just make his way a little bit forward to the group and goes, yes, that's perfectly fine. And he just turns to the group and says, I have a bit of familiarity with this sort of setup. They are very busy and does take sort of time for the messages to pass along.
Oh,
They
very
will tell
well.
us when they are available, not us. It's bureaucracy and so forth.
Yeah. Grumpfel coming from like that trader background as well, so we'll remember that thing.
And thank you very much. And turns to the clerk. I didn't catch your name.
Valenta.
Valenta. Hi, Valenta. My name's Tiernan de Palan. And yes, they can get a hold of us at the Vale Way Inn.
Are you responsible for the note? And she's you can see she's flipped to another page and she's picked up the quill again. Am I putting you down as their contact?
He looks back at the group. Yeah, you better.
All right. Can you spell your name for me, please?
Tiernan. I think.
So you spell it out for her, and she writes it. She writes it down.
You're doing great.
I was
Almost
right.
there.
G''Palan.
Okay. So all right, and you're requesting a response to this, or are you still requesting an audience? Sorry, there was a lot of talk. I wasn't sure what you'd actually agreed on.
Ooh.
If they have any additional questions or require any further information concerning the contents of the letter, they can get in touch. Did we wish an audience, guys, in 5 days' time, or let them tell us when they're available?
His introduction letter, so yes, I think this is wise.
Yes,
Right.
to
So
what?
you are requesting an audience at the first available time. Very well. So she can see she writes that down. And you're staying at the Valeway Inn, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. How long will you be there for?
At least 5 days.
That's going to delay our
He
trip.
beat me to it. I'm like, calm down, Heath. Calm down, Heath. Oh, boom.
That's
At
going to delay
least
our trip.
5 days. Excellent. Now, if you're not available at the end of that 5 days, are you wanting a response sent somewhere else?
To the inn would be fine.
Perhaps
If we're not able to receive a response, we can collect a response from you.
How about instead pass the note along to Wex at Greenfields? Would that be suitable, guys?
Yeah, this is
Yes.
good.
We may even be able to check if we depart this fair city. We may even be able to check in for a response before departing. Save a lot of communication.
Very well. So a response being sent to Greenfield if it's unable to be delivered to yourself, Tiernan, in 5 days' time, correct?
That is correct, madam. Thank you.
Excellent. So it's 2 gold pieces to have any sort of messages couriered outside of the city.
Okay.
Paid
How
up front.
much?
2 gold pieces.
But that was only if you couldn't reach us.
Tiernan pulls
Yes,
out 2
correct.
gold pieces and slides it across.
And if we can reach you, your money will be refunded.
May I have a receipt, please?
Absolutely. She turns the book around and she said, please sign here. And she points to a little line. And you can see very neat handwriting of the entry of all of the details that you've told her about.
Okay. Tiernan's handwriting. very square and practical.
Yep.
Not flowery or anything, just very square, almost in like almost in bold letters, and does a little line underneath.
Excellent. She turns it back around. She reaches over to another, like under the desk, pulls out another small pad, writes on it, presents it back to you, and you can see on there. Let me just quickly look something up here. It states the 3rd of Harvest Fall, 2 gold pieces paid by Tiernan Deparlin, to be delivered to Greenfield, and it's just got all the details. Very neat. She writes it all out. Tears it off, hands it back to you. There's your receipt.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Is there anything else I can help you with? I feel that you're new to town, maybe?
Oh, well, is there any sort of information that new people to the town should know? We're very new to the area.
Should know?
Is there somewhere to keep a horse and a cart?
Or would be our best interest to know?
I do believe the Railway has the appropriate means to store a horse and cart. That should not be a problem. In regards to anything that you should know about the town, let me have a think. It would appear that you've already encountered situation with the Dragon's Heart. That's general population is not allowed inside unless fire appointment. What else do I think would be appropriate? Laws are very strict here. I'm not sure what you country folk might be like, but ensure that you don't get yourselves into any trouble. Generally speaking, people are treated very harshly here, so keep your noses clean.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Good, excellent. I don't.
Tina scowls at Delgrim.
The gnome covers his large nose.
Well, thank you very much. Valenta.
Valenta.
Polenta.
Valenta.
One more thing, Valenta. Would there be somewhere in town to obtain a map or set of maps?
Like a merchant district or something of that nature.
Yes, there is a merchant district. There's not a lot of maps, but in saying that, I must admit I don't exactly go looking for them personally. However, I could suggest. I would suggest there is a gentleman in the merchant district who you might be able to acquire such goods from. As I scroll down through the 4,000 notes, here we go. She says, in fact, looking, and she looks at you, Delgrim. She says, potentially kin, I'm not sure, same race as you. Abrasaur Sayerstone has been known to produce maps over his time. You should be able to find him in the Merchant's Quarter.
We'll try. Thank you. This is helpful. And Delgrim will kind of look over to Miera and just kind of slightly little excited look about getting some maps of the region, hopefully. I
do suggest to go there early evening. Abrasaur is not a fan of the sun. It's generally only there at dusk.
Sound like my type of dwarf. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Valenta. You've been most helpful. We'll leave you to your We'll leave you.
Bureaucracy.
Excellent. Thank you. She picks up and like rings a little bell beside her. And from like a side door opens, and this teenager, probably human, 13, 14, comes out. It's wearing a very crisp red shirt with like sort of a blazed black sort of sash across it. And she says, wait here for just a moment. She says, talking to him, I've got a message that you'll need to deliver. And he just goes, yes, miss. And with that, I'm assuming you guys all pile on out? Yep.
Yeah.
Now, a reminder that it is only fairly sort of early morning. You guys rolled into town pretty much first thing in the morning.
Well, I suppose we could go and find the inn, so then we can put the horse and cart somewhere.
Sounds like a plan. Do we remember the directions for the Veilway?
Did you
Did
get
we-
directions?
Did-
I think the guys at the
Did we-
gate gave us.
Did we pass it on the way through to Dragonheart?
No, and yes, I do believe you did get directions. Let me just have a quick check here. So it is, yeah, it's located in the Merchant's Quarter, so that you can recall what the directions were like. It's sort of backtracking a little bit of the way that you came. But yeah, easy enough to follow. So that's where you guys are off to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. All right. Excuse me. So loading up jumping back into the cart, you guys make your way back through the township. At this stage, the streets are getting quite busy. And as you make your way sort of through the township, you get into the Merchant's Quarter, which is actually not too far from the gate that you came in when you first came through. And there is, as you make your way through, sort of a large merchant square, and you can see that there's been a number of little stalls and stuff set up. It appears that there's quite a few. There's not a lot of sort of established shops as such, but there's a lot of people who sort of come in, potentially from outlying areas, set up their stalls to sell their goods and the like. Doesn't take you too long to find the Veilway Inn, which is sort of right on the edge of that large market. It's a 2-story building, comparatively plain, and there's a sign hanging at the door, which has literally just got painted in very, very stylized, very sort of cursive writing, the Veilway. Front door's already wide open.
Is the building ground floor stone, top timber, or is it all timber?
Yep, no, bottom stone, top timber.
Okay. Is there a stable or something attached?
There is a stable off to the side. Yeah, it's quite sizable as well. And you can see there appears to be a couple of stalls where you would normally find, like, be able to park like a medium-sized wagon, certainly probably bigger than what you've got.
I guess we try to push the wagon to there. And
Could we,
does someone want to go ask the innkeeper for some rooms?
Yeah, I will stay with horse. If you want to go in and discuss terms of stay.
Grumpfel can head in if you like.
Yep. I think you're the more more thrifty.
Yeah, they may give me senior discount.
Produce your senior card. Okay, so Grumpfel's going in, and what, the rest of you just all staying outside?
I'll probably join Grumpfel.
Yep.
I'll stay out with Delgrim then.
Okay, all right. You guys head on inside. This whole bottom floor appears to be one massive common room. Very, very well lit, including just the amount of light that's coming in from the various windows that are around here. Very bright, very open, quite a friendly environment. There's a number of large round tables that are situated all throughout this common room as well. At one end, there's a fairly large stage, and you can see there's a couple of sort of small stalls and stuff set up on it. At the opposite end, you can see there's a long bar, and along one wall there's also a sizable fireplace, which is currently not lit. Doesn't actually look like it's been used in quite some time. The place has probably got maybe a half dozen people sitting at the tables at this time of day. And you can see that there's some stairs that also lead up to what you assume is probably where all the rooms for here are. Behind the bar, you can see 2 men, quite young, both probably in their late 20s. One's got very dark hair, one's blonde. Both look quite fit, both very smiley. You can see they're having a bit of a chat. And you can see that there's a couple of other sort of staff that you can see sort of going around collecting, dropping off drinks or collecting plates and the like. Yeah, nice vibe in this place.
Are the people behind the bar human or?
Yep, both of them are human.
Quick sweep of the crowd. All human mixed. Any gnomes, dwarves, halflings, anything like that?
Yeah, there is much like much of the lands that you've been through so far. There is an eclectic collection of people here. So there are, you can see a couple of halflings. There's at least one dwarf, human or two. Yeah, a variety of people.
Thanks.
Well, after you, Grumpfel.
Alrighty, so we'll there doesn't look like there's any other staff, for better wording, other than the two guys behind the bar. There's no sort of, if it's large enough with that we're being second story and that, just there's no little side thing that looks like it's a place where someone might sit with a ledger of anyone with lodgings or anything like that.
No, nothing like that.
No,
You can
cool,
see.
no worries.
You can see there is a slightly older halfling male winding his way through some of the tables, holding a tray with some empty glasses on it, taking it back up to the bar. But yeah, other than that, it doesn't appear to be sort of like a check-in desk or anything of that nature.
The halfling look like he's going to cut across our path.
Yeah, kind of roughly, yeah.
Grumpfel will kind of give him a slight wave to catch his attention.
He glances over at you and goes, "Oh, yep. Just a minute. I'll just got to drop these off." And sort of half gestures at the tray that he's got, slightly holding it a little bit awkwardly as he does that. Oh, hold on. I'll be with you in a minute. Goes over and you can see drops it off on the, sort of carefully puts it up onto the bar, where one of the humans behind it sort of takes them off and starts cleaning out the cups and stuff. He trots over to you. He is of cuddly build. He's got like a little white little white apron on, almost essentially. It's a bit of 5 o'clock shadow, thick curly brown hair. Yeah, hi. How can I help?
My good sir. To whom do we speak about lodgings for our group and stabling for our horse and cart?
Oh, Reardon and Dello, they own the place. They're the best ones to talk to. Me, sort of gestures to the two gentlemen behind the bar.
No worries. May your time and duty be long and blessed.
Oh,
and
thank you very much.
And Grumpfel will sort of nod his head and walk off towards the bar.
Cool. He's like, okay, cool. Thank you. He totters off heads off to talk to some of the other patrons. So you make your way up to the bar, and sort of as you approach, you can see the blonde gentleman notice you. He sort of taps the other one on the shoulder, and turns around, and they both give you warm smiles. And the blonde gentleman sort of as you get up there and goes, greetings there, sir. How can I help you today?
Greetings to you. To whom do I address inquiry for lodging for our group and stabling for our horse and cart?
Oh, I mean, you can talk to either myself or my husband. I'm Dello. This is Reardon. We're more than happy to assist you in any way that we can.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we have currently have a group that requires lodging. We may be joined by another. Do your rooms facilitate large groups, or is it separate lodging throughout?
So the most we can normally fit in the room would be 2. We've got most of the rooms have got 2 beds. I mean, I suppose in a pinch we could set up like a small stretcher or something like that if you needed 3, but to be honest, it's not going to leave you a lot of room to sort of move around or anything. And we don't have a lot of, I think we might, and he turns to his husband and says, Reardon, we've got a couple of stretchers. And he's like, yeah, I think we've got 2 at the moment. So we've got 2. So we could fit 6 people into 2 rooms for you if we needed to.
Not a problem. Well, there are 4 of us at the moment, and we hope to be joined by a 5th. So 2 rooms for the moment should suffice. by chance, do they have do you have any rooms that may have a internal door between the two, or?
No, all of the rooms are kept separate.
No, not a problem. Thought I'd ask.
No, absolutely. That's fine. So it'll be 2 silver pieces a night.
Mhm.
Are you requiring the use of the stable for any horse? Do you all have horses, ponies?
We have a cart and was it 1 horse or 2 horses? I can't remember. It was just one. We have a cart and 1 horse.
Okay, so it'll be 1 silver piece as well to keep your horse and cart here. We do have a couple of stable people who'll also look after and provide a service to make sure that the horse is well looked after.
Oh, excellent. Oh, that is a joy to hear.
Excellent. So are you new to town, or I haven't seen you before?
Just a moment, Grumpfel. I would appreciate a room to myself, please. I'd be happy to.
Sorry, I apologise. I didn't mean to speak. I was just sort of being frugal, but I dare say these fine gentlemen could accommodate a 3rd room for us.
Yes, absolutely. We're not terribly booked at the moment. Good to get in nice and early in the morning as well. So 3 rooms, that's not a problem. So that will be 6 silver pieces all up. Or plus the horse and cart, which is another, so 7 silver pieces. Sorry, and you were new to the town, is that, sir? Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Grumpfel Greystone. I am not of these parts, of course. We are a new group, you may say. On sort of our business is not of any import at the moment. But nowhere here, I dare say this would be the first time for many of our small group to visit your fine city.
Oh, well, I mean, are you looking... How long are you planning on staying here for?
I would say, depending on how you use the calendar here, a week, a quarter of a moon cycle, depending on how you...
Week, 7 days, so... Yeah.
Just short of a week, perhaps.
Okay. Excellent. Are you looking for? I mean, do you have business in town? Are you looking for entertainment? I'm more than happy to provide you with some, insight into interesting things that you might want to do here.
We're always all ears of what's the local news is, but nothing set in stone. Mind my pun.
So it's kind of. Stone. Oh, that was the name, wasn't it? Is that what you were meaning with the joke?
Yes.
Right. Excellent. That was very well done, Grumpfel. That was very clever. Well, look, I mean, while you're in town, I could suggest, I mean, if you're after, we do sometimes have performances here at night for people who just want to be staying at the Railway. If you're after something that's maybe more extravagant, you could look at going to the Dulcimer's Tale. They have all sorts of creative performances there. Sometimes it's music, sometimes it's plays, poetry readings. That's quite the experience. The other option, depending on where your tastes lie, there are also the fighting pits. I do know that there are a number of people here in town who do enjoy a good bit of bloodletting, shall we say. It's always another option. They've got a small bar above ground for that as well. That's sometimes interesting if that's what you're into. It is on the edge of the Rat's Nest, which is always one of the more unsavory parts of town. I'd maybe suggest, unless you've got sort of any sort of, urgent requirement to maybe don't go into that part of town. It's not the safest area.
But take that under advisement.
Excellent. Hate to see a good customer go missing, especially after only one day.
Is that bad?
So, is that bad? It's not great. I feel that it's best to just give people a heads up in regards to sort of what is better safe than sorry. Like I said, we'd hate to see a good paying customer vanish into a place like that.
You said the fighting pits. What, people fight for money, or?
Yes. People fight for money. Sometimes the Malagas will decide that if someone wants to try and reduce their sentence, they can attempt to basically fight their way out of their sentence, shall we say. They're always up for a little bit of entertainment in that respect. It's even been known that some people will go up against some monsters that get brought in.
That sounds
another way to earn a little bit of gold if that's where your
And people watch
Tastes
this?
like. Yeah, absolutely.
Tiernan's just showing a bit of a horrified part, disgust look.
Yeah. Sounds like a good way to get a sentence increased to a death sentence rather than reduced.
Look, it depends on the person, really. I mean, sentencing around here is pretty harsh. Sometimes the best way to avoid 10 years hard labor is to try your luck, and there's a few people around here who are fairly well skilled with a blade or the like.
Oh, well, I'll make sure to communicate to our group to watch our step and not do anything untoward, perhaps. And he'll just give a bit of side eye to Tiernan.
But I would definitely, if you're staying here a few days, I would definitely encourage you to go and check out the Dulcimer's Tower. It's often some quite interesting performances. It's quite a unique group here in town at the moment, which has been putting on some quite spectacular performances there. So, good night out.
All right.
All right. Well, perhaps we should inform our group of our discoverings and be back shortly to at least settle for the first night.
That's all right. I can go get him, Grumpfel, if you like.
Okay.
Awesome. So with the money paid, make sure you cross off all the money and stuff as required.
I'm taking note of it at the moment.
Awesome, thank you.
I'll have to talk to all of you guys about that.
About the money situation. Dello provides you with 3 room keys. He says, look, full disclosure, we do have duplicates of these so that in a case of emergency, we're able to get into the rooms as well, but we only do that in emergencies.
Where are the duplicate keys kept?
They're stored in a safe in our back room.
And he sort of looks behind the bar, sort of thing. Flashbacks to bad inns with the trading crew, where the duplicate's just on a hook behind the safe.
Nothing like that. So with rooms required,
what was the owner's name? Reardon and
Dallo, Dallo.
All right.
And before you head off, Delay says, look, if there's anything else that you need, if you want to know anything else about the town, if you're looking for other contacts or anything, let us know and we'll see what we can do to help you out. I hope you enjoy your stay at the Valeway Inn.
Sure we will. All right. Well, if Tiernan is going to go back out, Grumpfel will kind of just sort of totter around and look. Are there any sort of wall coverings, relics, mounted animals? Swords, shields, religious icons, anything like that throughout the bar, throughout the common room?
Yeah. Fair call. There's a couple of paintings.
I would like a detailed list. No, just kidding.
Yeah, there's right. So the artist Cal Transipole Fan Snibblewobble. There's a couple of.
That needs to go in the notes. You've said it needs to go in the notes.
Yep, canon.
No, look for the sake of brevity, Grumpfel's just looking for anything unusual, and whether there's an icon to his god, and whatever else that might catch his eye.
No, just a couple of sort of landscape paintings, but nothing of any kind of note in that respect.
Okay, cool.
Well, Tiernan goes out to the cart and indicates that we've got some rooms, and just it's a bit of gas and stuff. Apparently, they got fighting pits here. People fighting for money and criminals trying to reduce their sentences and so forth. It just showed a bit of a horrified look.
That sounds very exciting. I would like to watch this.
Oh, it's not my cup of tea, Delgrim, but...
So as you say that, a young boy, looks like to be probably a half-elf, sort of something runs up beside you. Goes, excuse me, my name's Nathaniel. I'm here to look after the horse and cart for you. Dello sent me out.
Hi, Nathaniel. Well, here's our horses. Horse.
Excellent. Does the horse have a name? Just sometimes makes it a bit easier for me to be able to deal with it.
Horse Alpha 1.
Horse Alpha 1. That's quite the mouth.
Until someone else names it, it's just going to be called Alpha 1 from my perspective.
Excellent. That's absolutely fine. So goes and takes the reins and goes, come on, Alpha 1. Come on.
What would you call horse, young boy?
And me,
if
what
you
would I
to
call
give-
horse?
If you were to give horse a name.
If I gave a horse a name, I mean, it would depend on what the horse is like. I haven't actually had a chance to name a horse before.
It does
Always-
not spit poison.
It does not. It does not. But horses don't spit poison. Why
So
would
I
I-
am told. There is a deep gnome that is going to pay for a trick that was pulled on Delgrim for that knowledge.
Come on, Alpha One, let's go. As he leads the horse off into the stable area. So with room secured, the horse and cart sorted out, the whole day before you. What do you guys wanted to do?
So we can't go to the map guy until later in the afternoon. Is that the same place?
Dusk as the sun goes down.
Okay.
In the merchant area.
But the only Tiernan, I'm actually interested in maybe checking a store or two and selling some items.
Ooh,
I'm no longer in need of this scale mail anymore, and he shows off the fact that he's fixed up the breastplate in the final travels, and he's got looking to get rid of a couple of equipment because I'm a bit fairly light on coin at the moment.
I could sell some bits too, actually.
But thank you, Delgrim, for the longsword. But I think it might be a little bit wasted on me.
I can hold it for a time.
I don't want to sell it or anything like that, unless you want me to.
I think I keep it as trophy of triumph over Paradin. It make me feel good on inside to know that small worm coward has been defeated.
We could sell it and keep the coin to put towards helping pay off the debt.
Hopefully we not need to. This is why we're here, no?
Oh, before I pop out, the innkeeper did mention something about a Dulcimer's Tale place. Sounds like an upper market sort of entertainment venue. Not too quite sure what he was alluding to. If you have any other questions, ask Dallo. I don't know what an entertainment venue is down here.
Is there also fighting at Dulcimer place?
No, he indicated it was a specific area known as a fighting pit, butting onto the Rat's Nest district.
Oh, I see.
You planning on throwing your hat in the ring, so to speak?
This may be. At very least, I would like to see fighting, and cheer and yell.
Well, ask Dallo if you want any more information about it.
Delgrim immediately leaves to go do exactly that.
Miera, did you want to come shopping with myself?
Yes, actually, that would be good. Because
Alright,
I do
well.
have those 2 rings that were acquired that I was hoping to use to put towards funding, or at least paying some of the money off that Paradin owes.
Did anyone want me to sell off this ruby that we found? See what coins we can get at least. Share amongst the group. Okay,
Yeah, sounds good.
off we go.
So where are you heading off,
Shopping!
where are you heading off to?
The shopping
probably
district.
ask
Shopping
Dallo
district.
if he can recommend somewhere we could sell some equipment for a good price.
Oh, he says selling equipment. I mean, it depends on what the equipment kind of is. If you're wanting to sell, like if you're looking at sort of trading stuff, going to the merchant's quarter, or they often call the merchant's hearth, you might be able to barter with some of the other merchants there. If you're looking at selling something like weapons or armor, to be frank, it would have to be of exceptionally high quality to sell it here. you're probably not, obviously you're not from around here, but Harrow's got quite the reputation of producing some of the best weapons and armor within Alamar, if not most of the Rivenlands. I mean, there's even word that the Malagarths even ship it down to Redwalled or even as far as Mortgate sometimes.
How does it
So,
compete
I
with
mean-
Cathar Baal standards?
Sorry, what was that?
How would it compete with Cathar Baal standards of armory?
Yeah.
Just name dropping. Tiernan's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
name drop.
You see him sort of ponder
Clang, clang.
ponder for a minute. He's like, "Oh, that's that. I've heard stories of that. That's that from the Shardfolk up north. Is that right? That city that actually moves around. Is that
That's the
right?
one.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I don't have any experience with it, but I mean, you could always go and talk to the people who work. They're over in Ortown. That's in the northeast part of the town. You can probably head up. There's the main office is Malagarth Metals Incorporated. They basically run all of the smithies in the town. It's where a lot of the money gets generated. You could always talk to them. I think the other thing, if you're looking, I mean, for quality, I mean, you could always talk to Zerpal Thorpe as well.
Wait, I know that name.
He doesn't really deal in weapons and armor, but I mean, if you're looking at quality goods, that could be an option too.
We've
Okay.
got to go to Zerpalthorpe's.
What about equipment? Just general equipment and supplies.
General equipment, best bet's just to go to the merchant's house. You're going to find whatever you need there. You might have to do a bit of a trip around various stalls and stuff, and it's quite sort of hustle bustle this time of day, but it's probably your best. But we generally don't have I know some big cities have got like general stores and stuff, but the merchant's hearth pretty much covers most of that.
Okay, thanks. Oh, but and he's going to walk over to the rest of the group. Did we need to buy supplies? Like, what are we doing from here? Are we going to trace down this? I suppose it's not really point buying supplies when we don't even know where we're going just yet, is there? Is that why we were trying to find that map buying place?
I think so. Because the
we
map
can help.
we have at the moment doesn't have very much information, so we need to find something so we can kind of get an idea.
Or do we want to hold off on shopping until we work out what we're doing with this map? We may need supplies. Hate to go twice.
We got 5 days to wait for this. I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, okay, we can still go shopping, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's disrespectful.
so sorry if that got picked up by my mic. My bad.
Okay,
Sorry.
so you guys are heading to the merchant's hearth. This is what I'm hearing. Do a little bit of
Yeah.
shopping. Yep.
Miera and Tiernan will wander off.
Yep. And what about Delgrim and Grumpfel? You guys going with them?
Yeah, I think so. As they head out, Delgrim will wrap up the conversation with Dello and just kind of approach Tiernan. Tiernan, you do not tell me they're monsters to fight in fighting pit.
Oh, it slipped my mind. I was more focused on the fact they had criminals fighting for their lives.
Criminals, monsters, Tiernan. I can fight monster in fighting pit.
To each their own, Grumpfel. I thought,
Sorry.
Delgrim, to each their own.
So with that, you guys make your way towards the merchant's hearth, which is basically it's literally just around the corner.
Sorry, Ham, just for brevity, I
Yep.
dare say whatever we've got on the cart, we've now stowed up in the rooms and we're back out and off to where. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, awesome.
Just didn't
So
want the DM going, oh, you left it on the cart, and
Yeah, I'm
the
not-
stable boy looked away, and it's all
I'm
gone.
not that much of a horrible DM most of the time. Sometimes, most of the time. So you guys enter into the open market. You can see that there are a number of different stalls that have been set up around here. People have used colourful banners to have their stalls sort of stand out, awnings to sort of shade from the summer sun. There's various voices calling out, hawking wares and stuff like that. There is quite a bustling crowd through here. Not a lot of, and you can see like a number of it is sort of like wagons that have been set up and people sort of setting up their stalls off the bat, suppose, and the like. But yeah, it's not quite having to sort of elbow your way through a crowd, but it's definitely a busy part of the town as you make your way through.
You
Yeah.
want to go to Zerplethorpe's, Miera?
Yeah, I think I would like to head there.
We want to sell some stuff before we head there, in case.
Yeah,
we want some
actually,
cash.
yeah, maybe let's, because I've got those 2 rings that I was thinking about selling, so I don't know where would.
I think they said Melagath Metals or selling of gear. Was that correct, Mr. GM?
That was more if you were talking about trying to hawk sort of like weapons and armor. They sort of said probably not there. In regards to the selling of, and I didn't actually cover this, which was naughty of me. In the regards to selling of like rings and gems and stuff, he says, you'll probably want to go to the noble's office and see Valenta. She normally is the one who deals with those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's a wonderful, wonderful, hospitable person.
I mainly wanted to hawk some armor first.
Yeah, and as you said, like trying to hawk armor here is probably going to be incredibly difficult. You know, it's like trying to sell. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example.
You're making it hard, man.
Yeah, I am making it hard. It's just an unfortunate place to be trying to do this. But anyway, you are now standing in the middle of a bustling sort of merchants area.
Where would you like to go, Miera? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to sell this now.
Okay. Should we go see good old Valenta? See if we can sell off.
You want to sell the rings and jewelry?
Yeah. At least that way we'll have a little bit of cash to then use for later.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think so. So let's go see her and then we can look at Zerplethorpe's.
Okay. So to sort of get back in that direction, you got to kind of wade your way back sort of through the crowd and back around. Which is it's easy enough to do for the most part. But again, like it's very busy, it's very packed. And whilst there are a number of smaller folk, you know, for the likes of you who are more vertically challenged, you know, there is a fair bit of, you know, jostling and pushing and very loud, lots of people calling out, and you can hear people trying to sell all sorts of various bits and pieces as you're making your way through.
I think at this moment you hear a pop if you're paying attention, but I don't know if you are.
Would we hear anything like that over the sound
make
of the town?
Make a perception check. Let's roll.
Everyone, is it?
Yeah, everyone.
Whoever's there,
Perception.
who's actually there. And I need to clarify what the order of where people are standing. Oh, hello. My mic has done something weird.
It just cut out just a tiny bit. You're okay, I think.
11.
Can you hear me, chat? Chat, can you hear me? My mic is doing some back and forth mic crap, and I'm trying to work out what it's doing. So,
We can definitely hear you. Chat can hear you.
chat can hear me? Okay.
Oh, just went quiet again.
Can you hear me now? Oh my god.
Oh, now you've dropped.
Yeah, you've gone quite quiet.
Okay,
Hmm.
hang on. Oh no.
No, no.
Can
What did you do?
I didn't. It's my mic being a butt. Can you hear me now? Oh no.
We can
Can you hear
hear
me?
you. You're
Mhm.
just
Chat.
about half the volume you were before.
Yeah.
Cool. Literally my
Help me!
my
Help
Zoom just
me!
went my Zoom just went like mic between like this and my webcam mic, so I don't know what it's settled on or done.
Probably the
Rowan's
webcam
being
mic.
muffled by my pocket.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
For a
That's
second,
gonna
I
be
thought
really
we were.
dangerous in a minute.
What's in your pocket, Miera?
What has she got in her pocket, sis?
Let me see if I can bump my
Dolphin Hopperts.
input. Why are you? What? Why? You're bumped all the way. What's going on?
What?
Just out of
was
out of
fine.
out of Mira's pockets. Mira, can you hear me?
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not. It's not on my webcam mic, Ellen. Thank you for thinking that, but it's not.
Oh,
Right.
Did it change your
Uh,
volume and Zoom settings?
I'm just checking that, but it hasn't. I don't know. I think my computer's done a thing. Cool. Keep going. I'm gonna
banter amongst ourselves.
We can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah.
It's
like
just
I'm on
I
the
think
other side of the car park.
it's a little bit. I think the biggest thing is we just all have to be conscious that if Kate's trying to say something, we don't just all freight train her because we can't hear it.
All right,
but-
we can do some.
All right.
Everyone
Tiernan rolled a
everyone perception checks.
Tiernan
11.
rolled a 9, and
Yep.
Blinky rolled a 21.
Okay.
Ooh. Delgrim rolled a 4. And to answer the earlier question, we'll be trailing behind everyone else at this
Okay.
point. It's kind of zoned out.
Miera, what did you get?
I got 11.
11. And sorry, you've muted yourself, Kate. Grumpfel, what did you roll?
11.
11. What's the effective marching order? Delgrim's at the back. Tiernan, are you acting like the prow of a ship and cutting through the crowd for the rest of them?
Pretty much, but it's more of a very unconfident in doing so.
Yep. Okay. So you've got Tiernan. Then who's after Tiernan?
Believe me.
Okay, Miera. So
Yeah.
Tiernan, Miera,
Probably Grumpfel in there somewhere.
Grumpfel, and then Delgrim.
Yeah.
I've completely wigged on what people rolled now. What did you get again? Sorry, Grumpfel?
11.
11. And Miera, what did you get?
11.
11. I remember what you got, Delgrim, because it was terrible.
It was. Thank you.
It was
Then
Tiernan
Tiernan was 9.
9, and
9.
Blinky was 21.
21. So I mean, Blinky will have heard something, but wouldn't necessarily know to actually do anything. They'd just be like, it would just be like, oh, heard a noise. I don't think there's anything necessarily special about it that might cause Blinky to react in that respect. And now we'll just Black Dog Institute, don't forget to, if you want to do and help a really awesome cause, any donations there would be fantastic. I think I can't see because my screen's so tiny.
All right, I'm gonna swap back to the other mic and just see.
no,
who's
no,
good.
That's good.
No.
It's working.
I've just swapped mics, which is why
Okay.
I muted myself to swap it, but I don't know why it's all gone weird. So it was on this. It was on this mic before, and then it did a weird thing, and now that mic's at half volume, and I'm gonna have to reset a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm just gonna go to my webcam mic. So hopefully it's okay. Sorry for quality weirdness.
No, it's fine.
No,
Seriously,
fine.
it's
We are
fine.
quality weirdness, so it'll fit right in.
That almost
Yeah,
could
it
be-
just shouldn't have done it, and I don't know
yeah,
why
it's
it
weird.
did. Tech.
Yeah.
I think I took.
What happened?
Did I take technical difficulties off the bingo card? I think I did. Damn it.
Did we?
Yeah, typical.
So-
typical.
No, it's still on there. No, it's still on there.
Bam.
Technical difficulties
Hey,
still on
there
there.
you go. Kate,
Woo, there
Kate
you
ticks
go.
you off with technical difficulties.
Excellent. So I'm not sure if you heard.
I heard everything. I just
did?
couldn't.
So essentially, none of the party heard anything.
Cool. Well, you know what's happened.
I do.
I know what's happened. Let's see
Cool.
if they pay
Okay.
attention.
So you guys, you finally pop out the other side of these crowds onto one of the main streets, and start to make your way back around, heading towards Valenta's small office near the Dragon's Heart. Like a lot of the streets are still fairly busy. This is quite a bustling town. But by the time you get back to the office, it doesn't take you sort of that long to get there. And you're just going to all sort of bowl straight back inside.
Delgrim's definitely going in, yeah.
Yep. As you guys sort of go in, the door sort of opens just as you reach for it, Delgrim, and this time it's a young girl, probably maybe 12, very similarly dressed to the boy who you saw before. The very sort of deep red tunic and the black sash, and you can see they've also got over their shoulder like a satchel. She opens the door. She almost runs into, and she goes, "Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry." She sort of side. It's a bit of that whole, "Oh no, I'm going this way. You're going. Oh no," and then she sort of gets around you, and the rest of you watch as she sort of starts jogging off down the street. And the door is now standing open in front of you.
in we go, I guess.
All right. So all of you roll inside. And once again, you can see Valenta sitting behind the desk. Once again, writing away. Doesn't sort of pay much attention to you. She's sitting there, writing in one of her various ledgers.
Greetings, Valenta, once again.
Again, there's that sort of awkward, as she keeps writing, sort of like 3 seconds passes, 4 seconds pass.
Thing is, Tiernan fully understands that.
5 seconds pass.
He gets it.
And she finally sort of stops, and she looks up. She sort of looks around the whole group, puts the quill down and says, "Yes, can I help you?"
We've been informed that you're the best person to come to for the sale of rings and jewels.
Yes, I represent the Hallister Banking Syndicate here in Harrow. We do dealings in some of these items as required.
Well, we
Do you have some merchandise?
Yes, we do.
Shunk closes the book, pushes it to the side, reaches to another part and just pulls out another big ledger. But she also pulls out a small velvet-lined box and one of those little sort of eyeglasses that are used to inspect things. And she sort of very carefully positions them around, lays out the box in front of her, and so you can sort of see her smoothing the velvet inside. And then she just looks at you.
Tiernan's actually going to turn to Grumpfel and say, Grumpfel, I understand you're the better trader, I believe. Then clearly better than I. Would you like to take the reins?
I'm happy to help where I can, but the trade that I was sort of assigned to wasn't so much metals and gems, more the clays and so forth that we made ourselves where I'm from. I'm happy to help and see if we're going to but not I mean I can help, but
So I'll just want to quickly interject there. So Tiernan, when you turned around,
Just turn to the side.
you notice Rowan standing there as well, just kind of slightly behind the rest of the group.
Lack of perception, bastards.
Hi, Rowan.
Hi,
Where
why
did you
are we
come
selling
from?
rings? Where'd you get the rings from?
Rowan,
Whoa!
why are you here?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, I actually have your ring. Hang on a second. Where have you been?
You don't, by the way.
Oh.
It's on her finger.
I've lost your ring.
Rowan
Oh
just
my
stands here
God.
waiting for it.
I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. Right.
Tiernan's lost for words and just turns around, walks straight up to Valenta. Yes, I'd like to sell this gem.
can see-
you missed firework. They were amazing.
Can I use the can I actually use while Valenta's engaged with Tiernan and everyone else is like, oh my god, it's Rowan. Can I use that cover to cast Charm Person on Valenta?
Whoa.
Just remember with the fallout from
Yeah.
She'll know after an hour, but I figure if we sell shit and then go.
Don't you need her in a
No,
week? In 5
yeah.
days?
It's her character choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweetest
it's
halfling.
up to you, Miera. Are you
I'm
casting
trying-
Charm Person?
All right.
Mm,
To be fair, I don't know that you need her in 5 days, so I didn't say that.
no. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So So I want you to make first a sleight of hand check to see whether or not, with the cover of all of this going on, if she sort of notices you. Roll with advantage because sort of Tiernan is bigger than you, and she would be paying more attention to him.
So that was a 14 plus 2, so 16. The sleight of hand.
Right, and then it's a saving throw, wisdom saving throw.
Of 12.
Of 12.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Big whammy, big whammy, big whammy.
Okay. You very sort of, subtly make the required motions and mutter under your breath. She still seems very, very focused on Tiernan, and you get the feeling that the magic hasn't actually taken effect on her.
Okay. Cool.
So Tiernan's put down the ruby.
So she sort of picks it up, gets out the little eyeglass thing. What are those little things called? It's probably got a proper name, which I don't know.
An assay
Gem
is
inspector.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Ass-
she
A
pulls it out.
magnifying glass.
She checks the ruby, sort of inspects it from various angles.
I assume you mean a loop. Loupe, for those playing along at home.
Yes, exactly.
Google.
So yeah.
Also,
Google.
I was like, I don't remember how to spell it. I'm going to look it up because trivia host, and therefore random brain crap.
Absolutely. So she has a look at it, and then she turns back to you, Tiernan, and goes, interesting. How much would you like for it?
It was worth 15 gold.
Now I'm trying to work out if Tiernan would actually know how much it's worth.
Weren't we told that?
It doesn't mean he knows it.
I possibly just told you
Yeah.
for reasons.
Would he know?
Make a straight intelligence roll.
19.
19? Yeah. You've. It's small. It's not very well cut. You would know it's probably not worth a whole lot of money.
So 15 gold.
Yeah. She goes. Yep, acceptable. Okay. Is there anything else you want to sell?
I believe Miera wanted to sell some rings.
I have two rings for sale. They're really important family heirlooms. And obviously I would like the best price possible.
Does heirlooms really
Valenta.
matter in the cost of things?
It's unique. They're antiques. They're special. It's got to count for something. And I'll put the plain gold ring down and the silver ring with the emerald down.
Right. So once again, she takes those and has a quick look at them. I can't remember if I gave you values for those or not.
No, but I shan't take less than 30 gold.
Well, you shan't.
Shan't. Yes. I say shan't. She goes to the show, and she says 30 gold. Yes, that's acceptable. She pulls out a small pad, starts writing down a bunch of details, takes the various goods, reaches under the desk, produces some gold pieces as per the agreed prices, passes those out, gives you each a receipt as well. Says, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And she looks down at you, Rowan, and she says, are you with them or are you another customer?
With them.
Oh, very well. So you weren't here with them before. I was just making sure.
Anyone wish to sell any gems, rings, or...
Why are we talking about selling rings? Rowan, where have you been?
What?
I was waiting
What
till
do
we
you
got
mean?
outside, but okay.
Shall we walk and talk and maybe head back to the inn? So as not to upset Valenta any further with our presence.
Delgrim's ridiculously confused at this point, and we'll just kind of.
Tiernan's sort of like
the
pushing everybody
group.
out the door.
But before Delgrim heads out the door, we'll remember something, turn back to Valenta, and just ask, how can I fight the monster in pit?
What?
To be honest, I don't know. It's not something that I partake in. So I would suggest you just go to the fighting pits and ask there.
I will ask in pit, thank you.
Valenta, sorry, a question of myself, if I may.
Yes.
How might I get a letter to Greenfields?
A letter to Greenfields, exactly the same process I went through before.
Mm-hmm.
I can take the letter, I can take all your details, cost you 2 gold pieces, but the letter can be delivered, yes.
Okay, I'll turn back to the group and say, perhaps we should fetch for Rowan's equipment that was left behind. We're here for a week. It took us a week to get here. We will have Rowan's possessions shortly.
Does Rowan not have Rowan's possessions?
No, some of it was left in Greenfield at the inn, if you remember.
Rowan does
Yes,
not
but
have
Rowan
Rowan's
is-
possessions.
Rowan is here now. I assume Rowan brought her possessions with.
What do you
We
mean?
have no reason to think that Rowan didn't go back to.
Well, I mean,
where-
Rowan is not carrying a
that's true
pack.
too.
or
Yeah,
a-
yeah.
How did you
Sorry,
get here so
that is-
quickly?
Rowan
that
is not
is a-
carrying a pack or anything.
That-
with
oh,
her,
okay,
To
yeah.
be clear, like it is Rowan standing there, just Rowan.
Yeah, sorry, that's probably a little bit better meta knowledge on my part there. Good point.
Just Rowan. Well, I mean, you would expect probably that to see Rowan with stuff because she's rarely without stuff. So you've seen her without stuff. It's up to you.
Let's get a
Stuffless.
drink. And then starts heading back to the inn.
Oh, I need coffee.
So with that, you guys will sort of tumble back out of the noble's office, and I'm assuming heading back to the railway.
I believe so, unless someone wants to go somewhere else.
Yeah, no.
I wanted to go to Zerplethorpe's, but I guess that will wait now.
Cool. So you guys head back to the railway. It's a little bit busier at this stage, but it would be easy enough for you guys to find a table and to be able to sit yourselves up there so that you can have a chat with Rowan.
Rowan,
So
what the hell?
why did you leave Greenfield and come to Harrow without your stuff?
How did you
Didn't
find it?
leave. What? I didn't
Well-
leave Greenfield. I was. This is very complicated, and I don't know that all of you are going to understand. So I guess it might be easier to explain to me what has happened to you since you saw me last, because then I can try and fill in the gaps for you once I know the gaps in what I know, if that makes sense.
Well, we woke up and your room still had all of your stuff in it. Your ring was in the bed. We looked around Greenfield. We asked people. No one had seen you. All your stuff was there. It was like days. And then we've also traveled all the way
Wait,
here, and it was
sorry,
like,
I've been gone for days.
yeah, maybe
Yes.
Yeah.
A week?
like almost a week.
Oh. Okay, sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
We left just things, but we took the ring because it seemed important to hang on to it.
Hmm.
Good plan. Good plan. Just FYI, happens again. Keep the ring, please.
What?
Important.
Why
Um,
would it happen
what-
again?
I don't. I'll get to that. Just do the talking thing,
What about your
so I
stuff?
can fill in the gaps thing.
Well, long story short, Peridon's an idiot, vastly in debt.
Vastly.
You were around
Against-
when we found out he'd stole the fireworks, right? You were there for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
Just for clarity, yes. I think
Yeah.
the only thing that happened, I think I missed the fireworks day, and that's about it. So I think I
Okay.
caught up to everything except
He's
that.
vastly in debt. He's currently in prison here.
Right.
He's got a loan shark chasing his ass. And
Oh.
we're basically trying to help Greenfields.
Don't know what
Not
a
being
donkey has to
bought
do with
out.
it.
Right. And you've done sensible things along the way? You've come straight here. That facial expression says not so much.
I haven't seen anything unsensible.
She looks up at you in that like, really? Really?
I'm not lying. I haven't seen anything unsensible.
Why do you immediately assume that we've done something not sensible?
I just have a feeling. And I mean, I'll explain in a minute, but I've kind of been around, so I kind of know you, and I know you lot. It's not like you always make the most cogent decisions.
You're absolutely right. It would make far more sense to have just given Peridin to purse string. I agree.
Or at least let him catch up to him.
The loan shark. Right. Got it, I think. So...
You missed the fireworks, though, which is a shame.
I know. Were they good at least?
They were amazing
They
and
were-
terrifying
they-
at
yes,
the same time.
Very enjoyable.
It's amazing. It's pretty good.
One was giant
all right.
dragon. It was... I've never
Yeah.
seen anything like it before in life.
The explanation you gave to Delgrim of the fireworks was not lost at all.
Good. Good. Okay.
So that's that sorted. Where are we off to? We're off to the inn now?
Well, no, hang on. We
There we
still
are.
don't know
We're
where
there.
Rowan's been.
Oh, yes, my apologies.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a good question.
So sometimes I want to be clear, I don't really understand how it happens, because I mean, I know why it happens, but I don't know how it happens. And I end up in the ring.
In the ring.
I mean,
Yeah.
in the ring.
I don't know how to explain it any differently. It's what I was told, is that I am in the ring, and that's why I have to keep the ring, because if someone else gets the ring, then that's a problem. Anyway, so hence why it's, on my hands. And then I'm only supposed to be in there for like a short while, but you said a week. That's not normal.
That is not short while.
No. I mean, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff with being in the ring, but normally not that wibbly wobbly. Anyway, and I got given a book, and I had to read the book, and I had to solve the problem on how to read the book, and then I read the book, and now I know extra things, which is fun. I haven't gotten to try them yet, but they sound fun. And
Okay.
I guess now I'm out of the ring again, which is good.
Does this happen often?
No.
Did someone give you a ring while you were in... No, did someone give you a book while you were in the ring?
Yes.
So someone else is in your ring?
No. There's a voice in the ring. It's really hard to, as I
The
said.
library in the ring?
No, that would be great.
Could Tiernan
But
go?
no.
Could Tiernan
No,
go?
I'm not
I
going
don't-
in the ring.
I don't think I can bring other people into the ring at the moment. Maybe in the future, that'd be cool. Maybe you all could come and hang out in the ring. That'd
Nope.
be fun.
I would like to see inside of the ring.
Nope.
Would we know what a genie is? Would
What's a
I know what a
genie?
genie is? DM?
Sorry?
Would I know what a genie is? Would there be genies in this world? Yeah.
It is.
I mean, would there be genies in this world? Is one question. Would you know what a genie is?
yeah.
It's a
Look,
different question.
I think considering like Miera's upbringing and everything like that,
No, I wouldn't have read a story or anything about him.
probably
No.
probably not.
There'd surely be some kind of stories about people's souls or something being stuck in things.
Oh,
through
there's
various
probably
cultures,
all sorts of like
Yeah.
potentially stories that could mean all sorts of stuff. But yeah.
Is danger to you, Rowan, when you're in the ring? Why you go in the ring?
But I normally don't choose to go in the ring. I normally just end up in the ring.
So it's like a curse.
No, because it's not bad. It's nice and it's comfy in there.
But you can't control it.
And you lost all your stuff.
I didn't lose all my stuff. You left all my stuff in Greenfield.
I just meant it's
That's a different
it's not
thing.
very convenient for you. That's all.
Well,
I
FYI,
but to
we
be
are
fair-
now in Harrow.
Right.
Yeah.
You know
She
where
like
Harrow is?
you just watch her mentally drawing like a map of the area because she does know the towns in that area. So she's like, right, so we've gone from there to there and now we're here. Okay.
Have you been to Harrow before?
Ooh, yeah.
You
No, yeah.
probably
Yeah.
would have, yeah.
With my dad. But
Oh,
not for
okay.
like a while. But anyway, it's like it's comfy. I can normally hear what's going on outside of the ring, but if I was in there for that long, that might explain not knowing where you got up to.
Hey, Delgrim,
But anyway,
ask her
normally
about
it's
the
only a
fighting
couple of
pits.
hours. And so it's normally not dangerous because it's not a big deal because I'm only gone for a couple of hours and then I'm back and normally nobody notices. So it's not really a problem. It's just, I guess, a problem now.
So if to us you've not been here for a week, how long did it feel like it was for you?
I mean, I read a book.
How long was the book?
She pulls out the book. Like,
Peter Jackson presents The Hobbit.
You can bring things out of the ring?
I mean, I guess.
What is book?
You would see a grimoire in her hands.
Out of curiosity, how many times would you have fallen asleep in the ring? Did you ever feel tired or sleepy or anything of that nature?
I'm going to describe this based on what we discussed, Ham, because it's a little bit,
Yep.
No, well, normally I'm only in there for a couple of hours, so it's not really a problem, but it all sort of got a bit fuzzy. Time wasn't really a thing. It took me a while to read a couple of pages, but then it felt like it was really fast. And
Was there any sun or night or anything of that nature?
no, it's like a room. It's not like,
Okay.
it's like, I don't know.
So you had
Just a
no
room.
ability to tell the time within the ring.
No, but to be fair, I wasn't really paying attention to the time. I was reading the book.
If we find the ring again, now we know we not leave your things behind. If you keep traveling with us, we take your things with us if we go somewhere.
Who would you like to carry your ring? Who would you like to entrust your ring to
Oh, no,
if you
that-
disappear?
I mean, who was carrying the ring? Because she doesn't know
Miera.
who had it.
I was carrying it in my pocket.
Right. I mean, you did a good job, I guess. You didn't lose it for a week, which is good. But if you're going to go off and do something dangerous, maybe give it to someone who's not going to lose it. Is
I
that
don't,
fair?
I don't do anything dangerous, so.
Miera is very good at keeping rings. Miera has emerald ring. We find that might be.
I mean, you two, and she points at Miera and Tiernan, just sold some rings.
Yeah, I sold
Sure.
those rings.
Well, I sold a jewel.
You
Okay.
did what?
I sold the rings.
You sold a ring that might be a clue to treasure?
It's not.
Why would you do that?
What
Because
ring?
we need the cash. I was going to use some of the money to help Tiernan pay off some of his debts. I thought that was probably more important.
You
We
were?
don't care about Pedro than debt,
No,
but
no.
treasure is something we care about. We might have been able to track emerald if we find someone who knows gemstones good enough and mines from that area, if it came from that mine. You sold that ring.
We have the map. It's fine. It's
I
fine.
can't believe it.
I did tell you I was going to sell them.
What emerald are you talking about?
We found those rings that Peridon's granddad had.
Oh, I
It's
don't
a
want to know.
Family heirloom of Peregrine.
No,
Because
I
he
don't want to know.
Gave us the map,
Nope.
the
Were they,
rings.
were they in the box in the floor?
Yeah.
His
La, la, la,
grandfather
la,
went,
la, 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 la,
went
la,
hunting
la.
for treasure, and probably only one in family who maybe knows something about treasure location.
Yeah.
Tiernan actually did do literally all of that.
Yeah, so we'll just have to use the map because I've sold the ring now. But there wasn't any writing on it, so I think we'll be fine.
Now we
I
just
think
need-
the gold's more important.
Now we just need a bigger map.
Yeah,
to
because we
try
can
and
use some of the
locate
gold to
area.
buy the map.
Can I just ask a tiny clarifying? Which I did try and ask when you were trying to sell them. Where did the rings come from? Because
From
I
Peridon.
don't think you.
I'm getting a drink. Stand up, walk over to the bar.
I don't feel like Peridon was very good at giving things.
He was in the end. That he was very keen to help because he's obviously got that loan shark after him, and he's really scared of purse strings.
Well, then why would
And
we
then
have given
got
the
the
rings
bank.
to the loan shark? And why would he give them to you?
Because we're trying to help. We've already organized everything.
I
It's
did.
fine.
I did punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's scared of Delgrim, so
I
he'll
think-
hand
I
over
think it was-
anything.
I think it was the last things of value that he had, and he didn't want to hand them over, then he would have nothing. However, given his situation and our more willingness to
So
help,
his-
not others.
His situation. What did you do?
One tankard.
She's
of ale,
like
please.
looking at all of you like what?
No,
like a disappointed mum.
I'm not
Like,
there.
what did you do while I was in the ring?
no,
I'm gonna go get a
he,
drink as well, I think.
his
Do you
indiscretion.
want anything, Rowan?
Hey,
better to make his choices
answer
and
my
lie in them.
question.
I did. We're helping Peridon with his loan shark issues, and we're also helping Greenfield because, you know, some of the ramifications of having some bad loan shark guy come out to find money that they don't have at the moment.
Some
Could
of
be,
us not
you know.
care so much about Peregrine,
Yeah.
but Greenfield, yes.
Actually,
So
can
it's-
you make
we're
it a
trying to
glass
help.
of wine?
Like you're just watching Rowan trying to be like, I just want a straight answer to my question. Why are you all dodging
But that
the
is a
answer to my
straight
question?
answer.
It's not a straight answer to the question.
The,
Can I how's this? Can I roll an insight check to see if I can call some bullshit?
I was
please?
about to say, at any stage, if you want to make an insight check, you're more than welcome. Miera, you will need to make a deception roll.
Pot, kettle, little miss, rang.
That is a natural 19 plus some. So
Ooh.
Deception.
so a math 20.
A math 20.
Math 20.
And Miera, what is
I
your...
rolled an 18. You can see that.
Oh no!
Plus 2.
Oh, but it's meat to beat, but which way does that go?
Oh, I just say
Does
if you
Rowan get
both,
to
I
call
reckon
BS?
if you
No,
both
we're
got
gonna-
20, just a straight re-roll of both, I reckon. Ham, no Bennett, just a straight
hang
re-roll.
on.
Hey,
If they're
It's
both
meat to
at
beat.
20.
That's the rule. The
But
rule
who's
is meat to
beating
beat.
who?
it is, so normally when you set the DC of something, like you've got to roll the DC
Yeah.
or higher to be successful. So the deception was a 20, your insight was a
Ah.
20.
You hit it.
So
So I
you know that you
Just
get
lying.
that feeling that Miera's,
Lying to me.
Right.
but it's that maybe there's a certain like this is a really hard call, but it's certainly, it sounds like she's zigging when she should be zagging.
Yeah. She's just gonna like look at Miera, like as close
Miera's
to
just
dead in
gonna
the
get
face.
up and head off towards the bar to get a drink.
In which case, I'm really sorry, John. Rowan is gonna whip round to Tiernan and just be like,
So
Why is-
Tiernan's at the
Oh,
bar.
Tiernan's
as
at the
well.
bar as well.
He
Tiernan-
went
Fine.
ages ago.
"No, that's fine."
Who's
She's going up to Tiernan. because
Well,
she
who's
knows
left
he
at the-
doesn't lie.
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
we at-
yeah.
Are we at
She's
the
going
table?
up to Tiernan and she knows he doesn't lie.
Yep. So Delgrim and Grumpfel are at the table with so Tiernan punched out.
Mhm.
The other three of you are at the table. Miera has now just got up and gone.
Yeah.
It appears that Rowan is now getting up to also head off, leaving Delgrim and Grumpfel at the table still, as you're sort of watching half of your group sort of scattering.
I give Delgrim the look of, should we stop her?
Delgrim will shrug.
No.
Just kind of leave it.
Alright.
It's gonna not deliberately
Yeah.
get involved.
So Rowan is up out of the chair and heading towards Tiernan at this stage.
Did the wine come?
Yeah. It'll be 5 silver pieces for the wine. Once again, it's Dello who serves you, and you can sort of see he looks. Actually, hold on. Yeah, no, he's fine. He just goes, "Yep, so, serves you as per normal."
So what's new in town, Dello?
You're getting a tap on the waist. And I say that very
there's not-
specifically.
Sorry, it seems like you've got a friend here to talk to you.
Tiernan takes a big drink first and turns around. Yes, Rowan?
What are they hiding, Tiernan?
What do you mean?
She gives you that look. That like, don't you try this crap on right now. Like,
Look,
why are you
look.
hiding something?
Look, at the end of the
You-
day, the first time I saw that ring was when we went to sell it. That was the first time I've ever seen that ring.
Tiernan, how did they get the ring?
I never saw them get that ring.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you how they got it. I didn't ask you what you saw. I asked you how they got it.
He looked. How would he do this? How would Tiernan do this?
Delgrim at this point.
Start chugging the
start
wine.
Walking
Yeah, he's just like-
towards the bar and
That's
sidle
big.
off on the other side.
He'd take a couple of drinks and deeply sighs. Says, I was against it. And I can honestly say, what can he honestly say? Shit.
I mean, that's what you honestly say.
So I can literally, I feel like this is like.
He's actually probably verbalizing all this. by the way.
Yeah.
I don't want to be caught in the middle. Look, I was against it. I don't want it. No.
I dug up the grave of Peredin's grandfather and found the ring.
You.
Oh no.
Look,
And you just like, Tiernan would see that her just go from like, tell me to like, you did what?
Is the table within earshot of where they are?
I don't.
He
Delgrim
doesn't
I haven't
need to
said
be
it yet.
at this
No,
point.
no,
I
no.
haven't said it
You
yet.
can
No.
you can
I'm
see
trying-
Rowan's expression suddenly change quite dramatically from where you are across the room.
Tiernan's tapping the bar. Another, please.
Slow head turn. Sorry, you did what?
Looking for a clue for treasure.
Oh dear.
We found
Yeah.
treasure map. His grandfather might be only one who ever interested in treasure. I figure maybe they're clue.
Hello, that's a
What?
really nice piece of art. Looks so fun.
Rowan's just gonna do the thing, like the thing where just someone goes,
What is wrong with you people? Entire world is one large grave. What is problem?
like now her face is like, wait, what?
That is true. Delgrim did say that when we were there, so yeah. The reason
She's now gonna turn around because Miera's at the bar, right?
Yeah.
And look at Miera and just go, and you let them?
What do you mean let them?
I
don't control these people.
Anyway,
Hey,
No one tried
Delgrim
to
was
stop
doing
me.
it. There was no stopping Delgrim.
I am on it.
Did you try?
I am very convincing.
How strong is this drink?
Getting stronger by the second. by the
I mean,
second.
it's a decent wine. If Tiernan's not used to drinking,
No, he's not. Not quickly.
It's not going to be long before he's getting his buzz on.
She's just
He'd
gonna.
snort when he heard that comment.
Yeah.
What you should be angry about is Miera selling the ring. The ring could be clue.
I'm
Now
not
it's sold
angry.
to
I'm just. I'm not
Penrith.
angry. I'm just disappointed
Disappointed.
in all of
Oh
you.
no, that needs to be on the bingo card. Rowan disappointed with group.
The ends
Firstly, you-
justify the means. We're trying to help people.
like, and like she's
For
so
the
soft
greater
voice, she's just
good.
going to go back and sit down at the table where they all were before, just to try and be like, they did.
Did you
What?
want a drink before you go?
She's already gone.
And like, there's still poor old Grumpfel still sitting at the table when you return.
Like with that game of charades, like he couldn't hear what was going on. He's trying to guess what were who did what. I don't know. Like,
Can I order Can I order a coffee and 2 hot chocolates for the table?
Is everything okay, Rowan?
They robbed. You robbed a grave.
I did no such thing. I thank you.
You let Delgrim rob a grave.
Again, I did no such thing. They went to check a tombstone for clues while I was foraging. I did not. I believe the rings came from Peridon from a stash in his house. My piety would not have let them dig up a grave.
Well, I have some fun news for you, Grumpfel.
I think I'm a few chapters ahead already, just in the last 3 seconds.
So, Miera, yeah, absolutely. You can get a coffee and 2 hot chocolates. It'll cost you like a silver piece for those.
It's fine. I'll take that and I'll take them to the table.
And
You called me the moral compass. I'm coming in hard as the moral compass, guys.
So as Miera orders the drinks, and as Rowan and Grumpfel sit there with the realization of what else has happened across the group, Delgrim probably just like, oh, what's the big deal? And Tiernan, 3 drinks down at this stage.
Yeah, he'd return to the table, but would land quite heavily.
Let's have a break a little bit early, because I chronically need a drink because I've run out. And then we shall
can't hydrate with no hydrate.
Exactly. And then
Unhydrate, you're going to dehydrate.
We will return, and we'll see where the rest of this conversation potentially leads us. And
Tennant's drinking the money away already.
Yeah.
You know where it leads? To treasure. That's where it leads.
Treasure. Oh, look,
extremely optimistic.
I love that, like, mum and dad are now sitting at the table being like, what do we do with these people?
Yeah.
I am so glad Grumpfel said he was off foraging, because that's what exactly what he was doing when they went up to the gravesite.
There's the lady that's been gone for a week and still hasn't really explained the whole thing. You're pretty stuck to yourself.
Wow, guys, this is who needs a TPK when the group can just tear itself to pieces?
Yeah, can't wait for PAX when we all meet and punch on. It's going to be great.
When you say punch on, you mean of excellent beverages in excellent glasses by excellent...
Absolutely.
Buy everything from the website and crash it.
All right. Saz, are you all good for us to get a break? Awesome. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so, and we'll find out whether or not there's ever going to be an episode 10.
We're going to find out who's going to drag Delgrim down to the fighting pits.
Oh, sweet mother of it.
we got to pick from.
Oh, we're live. Cool. Hi, welcome back. Let's just launch straight back into things. So, the group is all now back at the table. 2 hot chocolates and a coffee have been delivered.
Put the coffee in front of Grumpfel, and
Yep.
I'll slide a hot chocolate over to Rowan.
Okay.
She's too like much trying to work out what's going on to even sort of notice its existence. But
Tiernan's like with the wine. I'd like to say that the grave robbing portion of everything was probably the worst that they did. Worst? What do you think, Blinky? Was it the worst thing they did?
Sort of a metallic sort of as that Blinky's eyelid sort of clicks up and down a couple of times.
sorry,
Well, yeah, but the old lady. What was her name?
Can I cast sleep on
He's
Tiernan?
literally talking.
Old
to Blinky.
lady. Tiernan, what old lady?
What do you have to roll?
So Cass, if you cast sleep in here,
Mhm.
it affects the person with the lowest hit point total and then works its way up and gets everybody in that area of
The
effect
halfling server just goes clunk.
Let her do
up to the number of hit points that the spell affects. So you can't target it at one person. It is an area of effect.
Back spell.
Let him blab. I'm just going to drink my hot chocolate.
What was the question?
What old lady?
What was her name, Blinky?
Click, click, click.
It was 3 clicks and a long. You get the distinct impression that Tiernan's rather drunk.
Yeah. In which case, Rowan is going to turn her attention to Grumpfel. Grumpfel? What old lady?
See, now that is a very interesting story of which I will avail my responsibility of. We went out to investigate Peridon's residence while he was in town, just to uncover any malfeasance, which he has since admitted to. Whereas the plan was to just sneak in and have a look around. Somewhat went awry when the what was her name? Is it Netta? Heta, that's right. Yes, no, I remember it like it was yesterday. Heta was there, and whereas we were trying to diffuse the situation, unfortunately, out of my control, things went a little bit sideways, shall we say.
Grumpfel, what did you do to the old lady?
I did not do anything other than comfort her.
Sorry, allow me to clarify. You is a collective you? What did you do to the old lady?
Is you inclusive in this collective or exclusive in
doesn't-
this collective? Because
I
there's
think if you're-
there's a vast difference between the two.
Tiernan, what did you collectively do to the old lady?
Absolutely nothing. Blinky, where do you think the radiant shadows lie?
Click, 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 click.
Delgrim will return from the bar, kind of slam his ale. Are we talking about the old lady that I tied up and gagged?
Grumpfel would just literally put his head in his hands.
So will Rowan. Realistically, that's a...
Tiernan goes, yes, what was her name?
Netta. We thought for some time it Netta, I'm not sure why.
And then you destroyed some floor with pickaxe.
We discovered hidden compartment.
Aha.
Investigation.
Rowan,
Yes.
please don't leave again.
She's gonna just go over and pat him on the shoulder, the opposite one to the one where Blinky is. Just, okay, Tiernan. I don't think I should.
In the end, we expose Peregrine crime. We become aware of danger to Greenfield, and now we have plan to keep Greenfield safe. It's all for greater good.
Yeah, see? I told you he said that.
Peregrine's been a naughty boy.
That is the truth.
Sorry. He's just a very naughty boy.
Yep.
You just see Rowan sink back into her chair in utter resignation that she now cannot leave this group because she has become the moral compass and now is terrified if she vanishes again. What's going to happen?
So as you all sit there thinking about this conversation, supping on your various drinks, it is probably close-ish to lunchtime at this point in time. You still have the rest of the day ahead of you until sort of early evening, when it was said to go and search for this Abrasaur individual. What do you guys want to do?
Well, I was going to say, Rowan doesn't know that that's the plan. So
Rowan doesn't know that, exactly.
So,
Tiernan
with
would
all
probably
of
okay,
this
I'll let you go.
madness, do you now have a plan? At least?
Cillian is an
And-
asshole.
Who is asshole?
Cillian,
Cillian.
don't trust him.
Who's Cillian?
Hmm?
Who's Cillian, Tien?
Just my bigger brother.
Oh.
Rowan's going to turn to Delgrim and to say, well, I assume you have a plan.
And backup plan, yes. Plan number 1 is to find treasure, give to Greenfield. Greenfield pay bank, and then Greenfield can not worry about bank taking land and look after themselves. Plan 2 is we go to rich people here. They pay loan for a little while and own Peregrine land. If they are agreeable.
Right. And if they're not agreeable, we go back to plan 1 of find treasure.
Or find a new plan.
Okay. So who do you propose to talk to in town for that?
The Altons, a family Wexting might be willing to own land and take a debt that won't be cruel to Greenfield.
Would Rowan know anything about this family?
Potentially make a history roll.
Miera, Alpha 1 was a good name for a horse, right?
It's a name.
So why didn't anyone else name?
Well,
I think Alpha 1 is a great name.
Uh,
I named my second ranch Alpha 1.
15 minus 1.
French.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
With that, you recognize the name, definitely.
Mhm.
You know from your experience that there's a collection of sort of a group of nobles within Harrow who control the majority of the wealth. The Altons are probably one of the slightly more significant ones. You're not entirely sure what they trade in. You do know that the head of the family is Lady Daria Alton.
Mhm.
And as a side note as well, you would also know that they are hobgoblins. Which, in this world, does not, for those of you playing at home, for those of
Doesn't
you here,
matter anything. Yeah.
it's like hobgoblins aren't inherently evil or anything like that. It's just a point of reference.
Right. So your plan is to talk to them Do any of you know them at all?
No, but we have appointment in 5 days.
In 5 days.
Or they contact us.
Right. Okay.
Or Wex.
Or Wex.
Yes.
Okay. So your plan is to futz about for 4 days and do what?
Find a gem mine.
We go to merchant when sun go down and try and find a map to match with treasure map.
Yes, the map.
Right. Can I see the treasure map, please? Bearing in mind that she's from
I've got
that
it.
area.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got it in my bag. So I'll pull it out and just hold it up.
Okay.
Can I, using the fact that I have the Outlander background, do I recognize any of the, like,
Ooh, interesting.
because I have the recollection of general layout, terrain, settlements, and other features around me, and if this is in the vicinity of Harrow and the sort of area that I would have been when I grew up, from a terrain perspective, not necessarily from a specifics perspective.
It certainly doesn't. It definitively doesn't look like anywhere in this local area. It's not around Harrow. It's not definitely not part of the Usurper Hills, which are the ones which are just sort of east of you, or the Darkingwood. I will let you make a history roll though.
Another one. My beautiful -1.
Yeah, sorry.
She's wise, but she's not smart.
She's not book smart, but
that is an 11 in total.
11.
It's an 11. She passed, barely.
Yeah, you look at it and yeah, I mean it's nothing sort of inherently springs out in regards to anything that looks sort of familiar or anything. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like it's anywhere close to here. I mean, it's not close to home, and I kind of know the terrain around here a little because of, coming here with Dad. But so it's certainly not close by. A map might be helpful, but you're probably going to need to work out which map of where you're going to want, right? Because just a map isn't necessarily going to help you unless you're going to get an entire.
We were thinking if we take it to someone that sells maps, we can kind of use it to see if we can match it up to something. Maybe.
Okay. Well, I can tell you some places it's not, but that's probably about it, really.
Didn't
Do you know-
Elphalus come this way?
In Scimitar Mountain. Sorry, Tiernan, what you said?
Didn't Elphalus come this way?
Athelas.
Athalas.
You're drunk, it's fine.
I think so.
We should find your friend, Miera.
We should. But first, tell me, why were you talking about your brother before? Why is he not trustworthy?
He is an asshole. He is a bureaucratic idiot who doesn't give a shit about mum and dad.
But you
Now
do.
they're out here wandering around doing something. What about Bragwin?
Who's,
and me?
Who's Bragwin?
Granddad. What?
Who's Bragman? Bragwin.
She's my little sister. Always blowing things up.
Blowing things up.
You
Interesting.
always know where she is or who's done the explosion because it's immediately followed by a cackle.
You have a very interesting family by the sound of it, Tiernan.
She
I
has
bet,
got no
I bet-
eyebrows.
I bet
Ever.
family reunions are interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I love 4-drink Tiernan.
What drink?
Four
So-
drink
What happens when he hits 5 drinks?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dancing on the tables.
4 TT.
Oh,
Luckily,
no.
there's a hydrate redeemed, so he can maybe have a sip of water.
Yeah.
For those of you playing
The
at home,
dad came down, then Mum chased after him, and now I'm here. And meanwhile, what did he say about capital punishment in this town?
Let's not test the theory.
Is that a question for me,
This-
or is
just
that a
a
question?
No, that's literally Tiernan verbalizing.
Okay, cool. No, that's okay. Just making sure. You weren't slurring, so I wasn't sure if it was Tiernan or you.
What did they say
strict-
about capital punishment in this town?
his strict place for law.
What about treason?
Let us lower our voices or pursue a different line of questioning this openly. The law here is quite strict, I believe.
Grumpfel.
Yes. No, I'm over here.
Where
that's
do the
better.
radiant shadows lie?
The witch, sorry?
I don't know.
Rowan's gonna get up again and go walk over and just pat Tiernan on the shoulder in that, like, there. It's okay. It's all good. Okay.
He's
I mean,
generally
I know
crying
it's-
right now.
I know it's lunchtime. So did you organize rooms? Do we know what time we have access to rooms? Is there stuff in rooms? What's going on?
Hey, Ham?
Yep.
Grumpfel's going to pull out his holy symbol.
Yep.
Reach over to Tiernan and go, I hope you feel much better, and call and cast Lesser Restoration to cure him of his poisoned state.
Ah!
So,
Yes.
so Tiernan,
God.
like,
Does that remove all of the hangover part for tomorrow?
Oh, it
Or
just says
or just the drunken part now. No.
and,
that's what I'm asking.
you touch a creature and can end one disease or one condition afflicting it. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So I'm
This is-
guessing
this is why
poison.
clerics
Yeah,
are so good at drinking games, because it's just like,
Yeah.
it's
Restore myself. Restore
yeah.
myself.
I just
Tiernan, like that, suddenly you find yourself cold sober.
Okay, do I remember everything I just said?
Of course you do, absolutely. Like it's you haven't had that opportunity to, like you didn't get that drunk that fast, but no, it would be like someone's just splashed like the biggest bucket of ice water on your face. Everything you recall, everything is still there. No hangover or anything like that, just instant clarity.
Tiernan's
We're
just
talking
gonna...
about treason, Tiernan. What kind of treason?
Tiernan, like sits up straight and can we change the subject, please?
Owen's just gonna keep patting him on the shoulder.
We
Okay.
can. We have 3 rooms, Rowan. 3 rooms ready. All our gear is in rooms. You don't have gear, but when we go to marketplace, maybe we can get you some gear until we can get yours from Greenfield.
I'll figure something out. What is the equivalent of the idiom "make a few calls" in this world? Because that's not idiomatically
few
gonna make
bells?
sense.
I'll
dispatch a rider.
No,
Yeah.
because make a few calls is more like a quick, like.
yeah. I mean, it would.
Sorry, Kate ruining idioms in 2023. My bad.
I will dispatch a few messenger pigeons.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
That's the energy of whatever she says, but like it's that idiom, but in this
Yeah,
world,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Kate will figure out what that is.
like it
later.
would be like it's the sort of thing where like Rowan would be able to go into the market square and have a pretty solid idea where anybody from Riverview would normally be set up.
Yeah.
What sort of things you're probably going to find there,
Yeah.
all of those sorts of things. So
Yeah. But it's that's the idiom of sort of, I'll
Gotta go see
give me
a person about a horse.
I gotta go. I gotta go see
Gotta go shake a few trees, see what apples fall out. I don't know.
Gotta go see a man on a horse.
Gotta go dig up a grave, see what I find.
no,
Tiernan's like, I need to get some air. Stands up and he literally makes it.
So markets.
Wait,
Let's Tiernan will come with. We'll go.
No,
some
I'm fine. I just need some air alone.
It's too early for a market. We have to wait for sun to go down. I think merchant we are meeting is also Dorga and does not like sun.
Because the only reason you would go to the markets is for seeing the one person. Do you not know how to have fun at markets, Delgrim?
I do not see point in walking around looking at things.
Delgrim, we could get you a new hat.
I don't need new hat. What is wrong with my hat? My hat is amazing. And I didn't have to pay for a hat.
Okay.
I caught fish with this hat. This is my lucky hat.
Okay. Sure.
Just kind of holds it a little bit closer to himself.
yes, sentimental hat.
My little snuggie.
Okay, so Tiernan, are you just going to go and stand outside?
He's going to go stand outside, maybe walk to the side a little bit, look for somewhere to sit down, and just sits down and puts his head in his hands, and he just puts his head out of the hands and looks directly at Blinky. If that happens again, shock me.
There's a sort of a single long click of the eyelid. What are the rest of you guys going to do?
Well, can't let good coffee go to waste. Grumpfel will drink his coffee. The market sounds interesting.
I'm happy to go to the market because I did want to have a look at Serplethorpe.
Rowan, would you like some company to the markets?
Yes, I mean, markets makes sense to me. It's not exactly what she was planning to do, but sure, we can absolutely, that's fine. It's all good. We can do that, yes. Why, I mean, I know Harrow a little bit, so I can probably find us our way there pretty quickly.
You know where Fighting Pit is? Near Rat Nest.
Yes, but why would you want to go there?
Because I could fight a monster.
I repeat, why would you want to go there?
I repeat, because I could fight a monster.
Or money.
She's going to get stuck in a loop unless someone snaps the loop.
I'm not there.
But why would you want to...
Then I get better at fighting monster. More monster I fight, better I fight monster.
Right. But you could also get hurt.
This is risk of fighting monster, I guess. But the point is to not get hurt and defeat monster.
You don't know what the monster is?
No, this is why I want to go to Fighting Pit. While we're here, at some point, I would
She's
like
gonna look a lot.
see Fighting Pit.
I mean, seeing it is one thing. Fighting in it is something else. If you want to go fight in it, then I don't know that I should tell you where it is. Especially given it seems that you can't exactly make the best decisions on your own.
Well, I'm not going to get better at fighting monster if I just watch. Or maybe a little bit. Maybe watch will be okay. I study monster for a little bit. Then maybe fight monster.
See how persuasive he is?
Yeah, she's also like a warlock and therefore charisma out the butt. So if you want to try that one, that's yeah. So how about this, Delgrim? We'll go to the markets together. Have a bit of a look around. Never know what you might find. Might find something you can hang on your hat. Make it so everyone knows it's your hat. Get someone to write Delgrim on the side.
Clearly, my hat is on my head.
And then I'll show you in the direction that you find the pits. I don't know if it's a good idea for me to go to the pits.
Pretty sure it's a good idea. I am known for having good idea.
She just stares blankly at him.
Grumpfel chokes into his coffee.
The narrator goes, he in fact wasn't known for having good ideas.
Thank you, cartoon narration guy.
But we go to market first.
Okay.
Find firework man.
All right.
So the four of you head outside, because I'm assuming, Mary, you're going to go with them, or are you hanging out here?
No, I'd like to go.
Cool. And you'd see Tiernan off to the side, just sort of sitting. He's found like a small crate or something like that. Just
boxing himself up to post back.
Yeah. I'm done. Just sitting on top of a crate, head in his hands.
Are you all right, Tiernan? We're going to the markets. Do you want to come?
What are we doing in the markets?
Just having a look. And then Delgrim wants to go see the pits.
What, to kill something?
He says to study the monsters that fight in the pits, which is all I'm going to let him do today.
But Mom...
Not today. Only if you're going with your father.
Delgrim, did you want to go kill a monster?
I would very much like to kill monster, yes.
Tiernan stands up. I really need to let off some steam.
You're going to fight monster with Delgrim?
Why the hell not?
Oh
This
no.
is great news. This is an amazing bonding experience for us, Tiernan. This could be really fun.
I think that was the other place that Valenta was telling us about. I don't think it was the pit.
Make
Okay.
one decision, bad decision.
So the finding pit, based on the instructions, the directions you were given, is on the edge of the rat's nest, which is also just basically which is in the northwest corner of the town, and is also right on the edge of the market, the merchant's hearth as well. So you can basically go to the markets, and you'll get to go through the markets to get to there. So it all sort of works quite well. So you guys all head off out into the streets, back around to the bustling markets. Now, is there anything that anyone is trying to find, like in particular, that you're trying to buy at the markets at the moment? Or is there nothing that anyone's after? You just wanted to go to Zepplethorpe's, or what's sort of the plan?
The only thing I'd be interested in selling is my old armor, but I don't think that's doable at this place, so I'm good.
Okay, what about everybody else?
Maps.
Just wanna have a look.
mountains.
Oh, Jesus, everybody's...
Window shopping.
Yikes. Everyone's keen. Yeah, Delgrim, the only other thing he'd have his eye out for would be maps of the Scimitar Mountains.
Okay.
Your choice, Ham, about what you'd prefer with Rowan, whether it is quiet conversation or a buying up of things.
Quiet conversation.
Okay, so while the group is perusing other things, she's just gonna step off to one side and pull her rock out of her pocket and just sort of whisper at it, being like, "They left all my stuff in Greenfield and put me in the friggin' just want my stuff."
The rock, which was when you pulled it out of the pocket, was, typical sort of rock temperature. Warms slightly. In that sort of like when a cat first curls up on your lap,
Mhm.
and it's that really comforting sort of sensation. The ring does something similar.
You're gonna make me go back inside. Like, you can, if anyone was in earshot, which they're not, for clarity, it's that frustration of like, I don't want to go back in the ring. You're fine. So she's functionally gonna disappear for everyone else's benefit, but she's gonna pop in and I assume find some stuff.
Yeah, so you would, the rest of you, if you're like Rowan, do you sort of try and move out of the way so people can't sort of notice?
Yeah. Like if there's a side alley where she could just sort of step off for a minute while they're perusing and having a discussion about the relative price of
Fish.
Yeah.
Something. No, that's cool. And look, with considering the number of people in the crowd, everything that's going on, like that would be easy enough. You blink away and you're back inside the ring. Everything looks the way that you left it, but you can see over in one sort of corner there's a largish chest. And when you go over and open it up, inside you find like an assortment of items. It is essentially all the stuff that you probably pretty much had before. There is some armor in there, but the armor is quite strange. Like when you look at it, because it was studded that you had before, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The stones on where the studs are, at a glance, they almost look semi-precious. Like when you look at them for a moment and then you sort of blink and then they just look like sort of just regular sort of stones, but there's almost some sort of optical illusion going on there.
Yeah.
The style of clothes that is in there is slightly strange as well. It's a lot more where the normal fashion here is very sort of fitted tunics, breeches, that kind of thing. A lot of this is like this sort of a long, flowing, loose robe. Quite different to what you used to. All appears to be the right size for you, though.
Yeah, she'll sort of gather up all that stuff.
Yep.
Just sort of look around and be like, "Thank you. I'll send word to get my actual stuff back, and I'll put this back when I get it. But thank you." And then like pop out of the ring back into
cool.
Back into the world with stuff, and then go back up, like find the group again. Just like, right, I've got my stuff. Did you get what the things you wanted?
So was there anything in particular that everybody else wanted to get? The impression I got was, so that's you guys spend some time sort of perusing the markets as such. There is a variety of things being sold here, very much like I explained before. Now, Miera, you're wanting to try and find Zerplethorpes, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All
And
right.
for nothing in particular, the name, it suggests that there is wondrous things there, so I would like to see them.
So you do find it. It is on the eastern edge of the market. It's actually beside a large temple. The temple itself, you can see it's got a large stone statue, probably 15 feet tall, of a humanoid dressed in what appears to be very sort of lavish clothing, holding in their hands, like the wheel of a ship, a large holy symbol of what Grumpfel you would recognize as of Negosis. It's a many-spoked wheel with a coin as the center, and the coin is embossed with a set of scales. The head of the statue is bald, and it's genderless. You can't tell if it's male or female. In front of it, there's a small pool of very crystal clear water, and you can see one person stops before they enter the temple itself, takes out like a copper coin, holds it for a moment, and like flips it into the pool. The temple itself, you can see there's very large archway leading inside, and even just sort of looking in as you go past it, it appears to just be a large open space predominantly inside, and you can see various people sort of mulling around in there. Beside it is a very small shop. It is again very much like the noble's office. Iron bars on the window, very sturdy door. And there is this ridiculously elaborately written sign sort of across the top and very front of the store, which says Zerplethorpe Blasma's Emporium of Outrageous Goods and Extraordinary Paraphernalia.
I'm going inside.
Okay. Right, so you head inside. Is everybody else trucking along as well, or?
Heck yeah.
Okay. So inside, like you open the door and it only just opens, and you can see straight away that there's just stacks of crates piled up on top of each other. You can see lying on the ground there appears to be a large sort of cog of some description. And there's various bits and pieces, like there's cloth lying on the floor. You can see a shelf that's covered in coloured paper. You can see a bunch of small barrels. And off to one side, you can see a small counter. And on the counter is a little bell. It doesn't appear to be anybody actually like at the counter at this point in time.
I'm gonna just have a stroll around the shop and just have a look at things.
Mm-hmm. Having a look at all the shelves and stuff, it looks like it's more a collection of just bits and pieces, like lots of metal rods and screws, like I said, like coloured paper, some of it like cylinders, which you would recognise as what would appear to be like similar to what like the fireworks are made from, example. There's a barrel with a whole bunch of sticks in it. There's things which you've got no idea what they are. And it's all sort of fairly sort of chaotic.
Well, I guess I'm interested just to know what the things are, so I might just go up to the countertop and ring the bell.
Okay. You ring the bell. It's quite small, and when you ring it, it makes a very deep, almost like a church bell, dong, dong. And it's like, oh, that's not what a small bell like that should sound like.
I pick the bell up and just shake it.
Yeah, you shake it again. Dong, dong, dong.
I'm just going to put it down.
Small door from behind the countertop opens up, and out emerges a small gnome. Straight away, you can tell that he is probably incredibly old. His face is just this map of wrinkles. One very, very bright, clear green eye stares at you from behind a pair of glasses. The other eye, however, is covered by a black eye patch. He's wearing a big, thick, black pair of overalls, which appear to be made of some kind of very sort of strong material, and these big, thick boots. The other thing is his hair, which is stark white, but it's almost sort of styled up into this very elaborate sort of almost Elvis-like sort of coif. And he peers around and goes, "Well, hello there. How can I help you folk?"
Oh, would you be Mr. Zerplethorpe?
I certainly am.
Hi, I'm Miera. We saw some of your fireworks the other day, and now that we're here, I thought I might come and see the master of fireworks.
I certainly am the master. Is there anything else that you're interested in apart from the fireworks?
Well, I guess what have you got? What's the house specialty?
Well, look, hold on there. you got a whole bunch of friends with you as well. Let's have a little introduction, shall we? Who are you all?
I am Delgrim, and I very much appreciate your big dragon firework. It was very impressive, very scary.
Why, thank you most kindly.
Tiernan de Pelan, citizen of Cathabal.
He's like, I'm sorry, can you please say that again?
Which bit, the name or the designation?
No, where are you? Hold on. I recognize you're one of them there shard folk, aren't you?
Indeed.
He comes up, and you can see now as he comes around that he's actually got a cane in one hand. The cane is white, and it's spiraled down into a point. And on the top, it's capped with a small head of silver. And he sort of, a bit of a limp, comes over and he offers you a hand.
Tiernan will shake it.
It's like, sir, it's not often we get shard folk around here. I'm certainly very, very pleased to meet you.
It is nice to meet a very esteemed artisan.
Well, thank you most kindly. If I do say so myself, I am the best artisan in all of Harrow, and quite possibly Alamar as well. But anyway,
I don't doubt that in the least.
You're too kind. Now, over here, we've got one of them there, Spurv Neblin. Sir, what's your name?
Greetings. My name is Grumpfel.
Grumpfel, pleased to meet you. Now that I know who all... Oh, no, hold on. Rowan, did you? Kind of eyes you up and down. What's your name, miss?
Rowan.
Well, it's nice to meet you too, Rowan.
Hey.
Now, we know each other, which is great. We know some names. Now, Miera, you're wanting to know a few things that we sell here? I can show you a few little odds and ends I've got at the moment. Goes behind the back around behind the counter and pulls out like a little box, opens it up. Pulls out this sort of metallic device, which is probably sort of a little bit bigger than like a mobile phone, a little bit boxier, and goes, this here's what I like to call the Zerplethorpe pocket knife. It's a little bit more than just a pocket knife, though. And he sort of pulls at one piece, and like almost out of nowhere, like a hammer appears on one end. It goes, can be a hammer. And he proceeds to go through and unlock and unbolt a whole bunch of different tools from this thing, to the point of where it pretty much covers sort of most tools that an artisan would want to require.
Does Tiernan notice all this?
Absolutely. So this is one thing that I got. I mean, a lot of people like to have this. It's quite handy. Puts it away and pulls out another one. It is, like you can see, it looks literally like a lighter, of which he just flicks and little flame comes up. It's my special Zerplethorpe tinderbox. This thing will set pretty much anything on fire, if you know what I mean. What else have I got? Reaches out, pulls out something else, and this time it looks like your typical sort of spyglass, but it's fashioned to actually look like a dragon. And he goes, this one I'm quite proud of personally. I hand carved it myself. The only other thing I really got at the moment, I'm sort of working on a few things. Sort of vanishes behind the thing and pulls out these pair of metallic boots and puts them on top of the counter and goes, call these my jump boots, because they make you jump. They'll make you jump a long way if you use them right. There's still a few little things I got to work out with them, but yeah, I'll get there. Be willing to probably sell them at this stage, if you've got the right amount of coin.
Out of curiosity, is the expulsion mechanism based on explosive, or more of a propellant mechanism?
Trade secret.
Tiernan nods and smiles.
Can't give all my secrets away. But look, these are the items that I've pretty much got at the moment. And it's in take your fancy.
When you say it sets fire to anything, do you mean anything?
Well, I mean, within reason. I mean,
or
if
just
I go,
things that are flammable? Because
Things-
that's just a lighter. Or like,
Of
you know, a
which-
flame.
well, I mean, it is, but I mean, you don't have to worry about flint and tinder. There's all of those things that it takes away. It's much easier to light stuff that's flammable. But, you know, I mean, you seem a little bit uncertain there, Miera.
Oh, it's just asking. Just asking.
Yeah,
What
That's fine.
about the spyglass that you hand carved? Is it just a, you know, what is it for, basically? Is it
Well, he sort of looks at the rest of the group and he goes, well, I mean, it's a spyglass, you know, you hold it up to your eye and you look through it and everything that's far away looks an awful lot closer.
how much would that be?
Considering the amount of effort and skill that went into making this, you're probably looking at about 1,000 gold pieces.
Wow.
Delgrim
Do you want to have a
suppresses
proper look at it?
cough.
No, I'm not touching it. It's too expensive. That must have taken you a long time to carve.
Tiernan, looking at it, you can see, because of your background and stuff, like, this is immaculately crafted. Like, you're not even necessarily sure what the material is, but the dragon looks as realistic as what you would imagine a dragon would be if you'd ever seen one. Like, the skill involved with this is exceptional.
And what is it, a statue? Or?
No, it's literally like, imagine like a spyglass, but rather than it being like, you know, like just a boring cylinder, it's like literally shaped like a long dragon with its wings down the side.
Yeah.
Grumpfel just watches Miera in case she starts casting sleep or charm person. Just putting it out there.
Someone's been reading the chat. Well, Zerpal thought this is very well carved.
Miera makes a note.
So Delgrim, having come from Narvalorge, which is rife with very exotic kind of materials and gems and such, kind of catches his eye and just asks, what is this material from which spyglass is made?
It's a special metal that I've personally designed myself. I call it Zerpite. It's a catchy name, right?
A little derivative, I guess. And so,
Sir!
based on
Oh
that
my
history,
gosh! You
What's its-
wound
what-
me with your comments.
What's its textile strength?
Well, I mean, I probably haven't tested it quite that far, but I mean, you know, if you're gonna try and beat someone over the head with it, it would probably work.
So if we grab this spyglass and tin, and we'll literally pick it up and go to smash it on the counter, he won't do it, but he would mimic.
like Delgrim, even just the threat of doing that to something so beautiful is probably going to jump out and like try and stop him from doing it.
He doesn't even like blink as he watches. Except you've now got Delgrim probably hanging off your arm.
Does Tiernan notice the fact he doesn't even...
Oh, absolutely. Like, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't blink, he just watches you.
Confidence in your product strength. Interesting.
Absolutely. Comes with the Zerpal Thort. Thumbs up guarantee.
And you called it Zerpite.
I did.
It doesn't it doesn't happen to look anything like Turalite, does it?
Oh, interesting. No, it doesn't.
No.
No. It's a
Continue.
it's almost black material.
Can Tiernan just inspect it a little bit more to see if he could not so much determine how he's created it, but at least try to feel out what sort of materials went into creating it?
Delgrim would also like to try and establish if he can figure out the.
Yeah, absolutely.
elements.
Both of you can have a look. Gosh, what role would that be?
Yeah.
Metallurgy. Roll for rock.
Rock or rock?
Make a.
I've discovered roll and rock.
Gosh, I don't know. Convince me of something that should be the appropriate role for you. It's going to be probably intelligence based.
Or nature based to work
and-
out the metallurgy factor of it.
Any science or technology that isn't sufficiently understood is basically like magic. So I'd say Arcana, right?
If you would like to, absolutely.
I wouldn't. 'cause
Wow.
It's not my best stats.
That's
What?
an
It's still on the
interesting
bingo
argument.
card, right? I had to throw
It's-
something in the mix.
Right,
We haven't
what-
had any science.
Wow.
I'll accept Arcana. I'll accept Arcana. 17.
It's a 3.
Oh,
Oh, sorry,
We-
4.
do we just need to get you? I don't. How do we? Maybe we need to have a ceremony
no.
with your dice, like an exorcism
No.
or something.
The good one is hiding in the room somewhere. I just haven't found it yet. This
Oh,
is not
no.
it. So you can
Hiding
go
in the
over there.
room.
It's fine.
It doesn't-
room.
It doesn't want to be rolled. No, both of you, like spend some time examining it, and like Zerplethorpe's just sitting there watching. And by the end, you're like, no idea. Like there's like one part of the dragon, like one of the claws, like you accidentally like prick your finger on, little drop.
Ah.
Oh yeah, sorry. You got to be. I probably shouldn't have made it quite that sharp, but I was, going for realism. Anyway, look, is there anything here that really interests you? I do have some work to get back to. Not trying to be rude, but
Well,
I
Miera,
give
you
a lot of
wanted
orders.
to come here. What were you interested in?
Do you have like any little fireworks?
and a little fireworks.
Mhm.
I mean, I could probably sell you like a single rocket or something like that.
Okay. How much would that be?
I mean, generally, I don't sell them individually. Looking at the amount of effort, I'm gonna have to break up a whole set. That'll ruin the display, which means I gotta make another one, which is kind of pain.
Can we keep it simple? Don't worry about talking it out loud. Just work it out.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, miss. So that'll be 10 gold pieces.
Miera, I will pay for half.
Okay. All right then. If you want to pay for half, let's do it. We'll take one rocket, please.
Right. He pops out the back, comes back sort of in a minute. And it's on the rockets that you guys recognize from from the display. Fairly simple. Just red, big stick out the back, little fuse. It's got, Zerplethorpe written down the side of it. The exchange is made.
Thank you, Zerplethorpe.
Just be careful. Remember, those things will take out an eye or blow off a finger, maybe, but
That's all right. We'll aim
Or
it
ahead.
up. It's okay.
Yeah, goodness.
Tiernan can set them off. He knows how to do them. So
Wait, what?
well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you all. I'm going to get back to work, but if you need anything else or any of these goods,
Before you go back to work, you are the famous artisan known all around these lands. You must travel quite a lot, or have people who travel selling your wares. Yes.
I don't tend. I mean, I do head off to the west sometimes. I mean, don't so much go east into Kingsvale because, let's be frank, people in Kingsvale are kind of assholes. But yeah, I mean, some of my stuff's known far and wide, especially here in Harrow, though. Why do you ask?
Delgrim's going to ignore the simple thought for a second and just turn to Miera. And Miera, maybe Firework Man able to help with finding word of your friend who has gone missing. He traveled far and wide.
Possible. Mr. Zapplethorpe, would you have met with someone, a wizard called Athelas, or seen a halfling with one purple eye and one blue eye, maybe traveling together, or have you seen anyone that rings a bell?
That's a quite unique sounding little halfling there. Nothing springs to mind, to be honest. I'd maybe hit up like Redden and Dallow down at the Valloway. Most people stay there if they're passing through town. I'd suggest maybe going checking out the Dulcimer's Tale too. I know some people go there. Depends on what you're into. Is she into killing stuff? I mean, maybe she's gone down to the fighting pits. I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Well, thank you.
If she's real poor, she might have gone and stayed at the Cloven Horse.
Okay.
That's in the Rat's Nest, though, which is kind of a shitty part of town.
Right. Cloven Horse. Okay. Awesome.
Either way-
Thank you very much.
Either way is
will
awesome,
ask.
Thorpe. It was very lovely to meet a fellow artisan. Tiernan shakes his hand. Just out of curiosity, would you be interested in something of Kafar Balmek?
Why? Quite possibly. Depends on what you're offering.
Well, I do by chance have a marvelous piece of scale mail from Kafar Bal that I've been interested in offloading.
Well,
Prepared to make a deal.
Break it on out and let me have a look. I'll be the judge if it's marvelous. Marvelous. Whoa, there goes the accent.
Tiernan pulls it out and shows him.
Zeppelthorpe takes all of about 45 seconds because, yeah, no,
worth a shot.
I'm sorry. This is not trying to be rude. This is pretty average.
Well, it was worth a try.
Hey, look, it's always worth a try. Anyway, have a good day, all. Be careful with that firework, and remember, if you ever need anything, well, out of these cool things that I make anyway, feel free to come and see me.
Thanks, Mr. Zapplethorpe.
Thank
Right.
you.
Surprised he didn't spy Blinky on Tiernan's shoulder and try and buy it from him.
And
Okay,
with
love
that-
you, bye.
You guys head out back into the busy market square.
Not expecting to like him as much as I did. I thought he was going to be a jerk.
It's pretty cool.
He wasn't too bad for, a surface dweller.
So, where are you off to next?
The pits.
Yep, the pits.
I mean, Rowan, if that's what the general consensus is, that people want to go to the pits, she will help people find their way there, whether she wants to necessarily or not.
I'm
How
fairly
far
certain
away
there's
are we
only
from
really
dusk?
Delgrim and potentially a misguided Tiernan at this point.
How far off are we from dusk, though?
You've been faffing around. It's maybe a couple of hours. It's not that long off. But I mean, it depends on how long you guys spent faffing around in the markets. It's up to you how close it is to dusk. If you want it to be dusk now because you spent that long kicking around the markets, cool.
I'm happy to wait for pits until after we speak to Map Dwarf. But
Okay,
if-
well,
if you
well, in
have
that
to go
case,
now-
perhaps some food. I know she side glances at Tiernan. Some of us might want to have food if given the amount of other beverages that have been consumed today.
I'm more interested in the pits now rather than later. But it's up to everyone else. If you want food, we can stop.
What do people think?
Well, we've still got a couple of hours, and are we close to the pits? Are we kind of halfway there or something?
they're not far off. Rowan, you would know. They're sort of, other side of the market. It's not that far at all.
We could go and take a peek if that's what Delgrim and Tiernan want to do, and then maybe we could go and find some food or check out the Dulcimer Tale.
Yes, a peek. That is what I would like.
Okay,
Tiernan just
sure.
shares an odd little grin with Delgrim.
Grumpfel will follow as well.
Okay.
All right. So Rowan, you lead the group through the crowds and the throng of people to where the fighting pits are. It's sort of just about a block past the edge of the markets, and even that close, the first thing you notice is a bit of a smell. There is the smell of very slight edge to a sort of a sewagey smell. Just sort of unpleasantness as you sort of hit this part of town, and you can see even the buildings themselves are of a significantly lower quality. In fact, even as you head towards where these pits are, you can see one which, like, the front door is just hanging on a hinge. Like one of the windows is smashed.
You see Rowan like pull a cloak like up around her face so that she's like covering this.
There is, and even the roads, which were well maintained, as you get closer, any sort of cobbling ends and it just sort of turns into dirt. There hasn't been a lot of rain recently, so it's not muddy or anything like that. But you get led towards where the fighting pits are. Rowan, you've heard of them, and you kind of got a rough idea where they are, and you know that it's actually that the first port of call is actually just a small building, medium size, bigger than the shops that you've been into, but not sort of the same size as the Valeway. Oh my god!
Sorry.
Yeah, we all clocked it. Yeah. Beautiful.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It is a fairly nondescript little building, but as you get close, you can hear from inside a fair few voices, sort of raised in merriment and the like.
Okay, so it's like an actual building, not like it's
actual building, but it's really it's quite. So it's about half the size of the Valeway, and it's not 2-story. So for you, Delgrim, the concept of trying to fit like a fighting pit in here would seem weird. It seems too small, maybe. Okay. Unless it was a tiny little ring or something.
I'm expecting something bigger.
I was also expecting something bigger, but now I am more curious to see what is inside. And Delgrim will make a beeline for whatever looks to be the entrance.
Yep.
A little bit disappointed.
You open up the door and you sort of get hit by two things: noise, lots of like talk and laughter and raised voices, and the smell of really stale sweat and ale. Like it's almost a wave that hits you as you enter into this place.
You see Delgrim just
You smell love. It's quite low lit. And inside you can see there is maybe about 4 small tables, a bar. All the tables have got people crammed around them. And you can see in the back corner of the room, there appears to be a staircase leading down. Behind the bar, you can see a very large individual, probably close to sort of 6'8", 6'9". Thick, muscled arms. You can see a large cudgel at his side, a crisscross of scars all over his face, and his nose is very obviously sort of bent to one side. Looks probably like he's half elven, from what you can tell here in the low light. Just noise, like it's just a sensory overload as you sort of approach this place. And once you go inside,
Delgrim will head towards the half-elven large bar guy and ask, I am new to this town. I hear about Fighting Pit and I want to come see. Tell me about fighting.
Is everybody else going inside as well, or?
Mm-hmm. Tiernan is, at least.
I'll follow Delgrim.
Rowan has that look of utter resignation when she's going in with everyone else, just because she doesn't want to be there, but she also knows what happened the last time she left them alone.
Yeah. So you guys all roll in, and Delgrim, you go up and see thing. The large individual sort of has to lean forward, and you've almost got to yell to be heard over the noise. And he looks down at you and goes, shit, what was the question again? Sorry. Brain.
Tell me about fighting.
Right,
I want
fighting...
to watch fight. I might fight.
Yep, sure. Watching's free. That's fine when we've got the fights on, which will be later this evening. In regards to fighting yourself, you can see him sort of eye you up and down. He does cast an eye across to the rest of the guys that are following you. He looks you up and down again. Got different tiers for that. Depends on what you're wanting to fight.
We're allowed to bring anything in with us?
Yep, no rules. You go in. If you survive, you get the money. If you don't, Smash and Gore get you. So
I just spent most of my money on fireworks, so this is good news. What are tiers? What are options for fight?
Well, I mean, you can go up against. We've got a few people who'll be fighting for knocking some time off their sentences. If you're looking at going sort of one-on-one, you can winner normally will look at getting about 10 gold pieces. Sort of depends. I mean, a lot of people throw side bets in there as well. There are some situations, and again, he looks across at the whole group. He says, where group fights, get you all in there. We've got some special monsters and stuff that we might use in that case. Good coin to be made there.
What kind of coin? What kind? Be specific. What kind of coin are we talking?
Oh, pull that off. We'd say 80 gold pieces a head.
And what kind of monster?
Shit, for all of you. Do you know what the displacer beast is?
I have no idea, but it sounds
Grumpfel.
amazing.
No.
For those of you who want to know if you know what a displacer beast is, you can make an Arcana roll.
Yeah, that's fair. El Chonko.
El Chonko.
7. Gah.
Arcana.
19.
15.
I rolled a 19 as well.
15. Thanks, that negative
Plus 1.
All
So
right.
20.
Grumpfel wasn't
22.
listening properly. He was looking over here.
Grumpfel's a lover, not a fighter.
No, he'll fight when he needs to. He just wasn't paying attention.
All of you know that displacer beasts are these large, very large cat-like creatures with tentacles that come out of them, which also have a strange way of distorting reality, and they don't always present where you would expect them to be.
So Hulk Larry.
Yeah, very plus.
Even with a 22, mate?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
that's what I mean. All of you except for Grumpfel know that.
Mm-hmm.
How many displacer beasts?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on how good you are. I mean, I could stick you in there with a couple, or I could stick you in there with one. Depends on how brave you are.
Rowan at this point does not look very brave.
And you can see he's kind of got like almost a half smile as he sees sort of the fear on your face. He's like, oh, yeah, maybe a couple would be good. Do you think you could pull it off?
We're here to kill something, right?
It's not a matter
Yeah,
of
Tiernan with the smack talk.
Tiernan seems a little bit edgy at the moment. If you
It's
haven't
almost like
noticed.
he's gotten drunk but doesn't have any of the side effects of being drunk,
Yeah.
but got drunk.
But you can roll a perception check if you want to know exactly the emotion that Tiernan's trying to.
I feel like he's
It would be-
punishing
it would be-
himself.
It would be insight if
Okay.
you
He's,
were.
he's still despite all his rage,
I
he's
mean,
still a
why not?
shard
I'll
folk in
roll
a
insight
fighting
just
cage.
for just for shits, but not because. Like,
Mhm.
I think he's
Uh,
punishing himself because he feels bad for blabbing.
Insight. Oh, now
18.
you want to roll good.
17
Yeah.
plus 1.
All right. So Kate got an 18.
16.
I'll let you determine the DC, Ham.
Well, I mean, it depends. Is he trying to be particularly close with his emotions, or is he being very demonstrative?
He's not really factoring them in at the moment.
Okay.
So
So Delgrim, what'd you get?
17.
And Miera, did you roll or not bother?
Yeah, I did. I rolled an 8 though.
So Delgrim, Rowan, and Grumpfel, yeah, like absolutely, you definitely pick up on what's going on with Tiernan.
Tiernan's angry.
At Grumpfel?
Can I roll again to check if that anger is at something or at himself?
Sure.
Because, like, 2 options outward anger versus self beat up anger. Different outcomes. That is a natural 1. Never the fuck mind.
You are also a halfling.
Don't forget to chuck that on your bingo
I
card.
am a halfling!
Does that still go on?
I've
Does
been
that-
playing my elf too much. I forgot that I'm a halfling.
Does that still go on the bingo card as
Yes,
a
it
natural
still
one?
counts. It still
Okay,
counts
cool,
on
cool.
the bingo
Just
card.
letting everyone know at home. Cross natural one off your bingo card.
It's fine. I got a 2.
Because I honestly
Nice.
have no idea how
No.
you'd rate that DC.
But more, I'm like, well, I got a 2, so I can't tell.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
He's mad.
yeah. I mean,
about something.
based on what you like, the based on the description that you gave, John. You know, if he's not trying to hide it, I imagine it would be fairly obvious. So
Yeah.
you know, yeah. But yeah, you guys would see that obviously he appears pretty
Yeah.
angry or mad. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Um,
I sucked at my roll, so I'm kind of
the half elf goes just letting you know as well, just to clarify, if anyone falls or dies in there, I get full rights to the body.
What
And
if we
by full rights
explode?
what if you explode? Whatever. Scrape the bits
Blinky.
off the wall.
MIA, DEA, explode.
just a quick question. There might be someone who might fight you for the right to me, but I'm not very useful anyway. So,
What do you mean?
she like looks like she can't really explain.
Yeah. It kind of gives you a strange.
Why?
It's like, look,
I
whatever.
don't know, but you might just take them, but you might not want.
Well, look, if you guys are any good, it won't be a problem. You'll all be fine, and you'll be able to collect your gold. If you don't, I'll deal with the consequences afterwards. But it's a condition of being involved here. You die, you fall, I get the body.
Grumpfel kind of half wakes up from the daydream. He's having a, I'm sorry, who's going in where to do what now?
We fight.
Are we going in?
Fighting.
I haven't consented to this. I don't know if this is.
We don't have to go in now. I feel like it would be a good idea for us to have some kind of rest of a length of time before we attempt to fight to displace our beasts, which I've heard are quite difficult. So, but I am very keen to watch fight. But if it's going to be at night, we may as well go back to market.
Yeah, we get a better crowd at night. People in there during the day. I mean, sometimes we'll do some of the prisoners and stuff like that. We don't, nights generally where we get the best audiences.
You looking out on me, Delgrim?
Absolutely not. If you want to fight, I will fight with you, Tiernan.
Oh, I thought that's why we're here.
And we will fight.
Well, can't we go now?
Can we go now? Delgrim will ask.
Well, I mean, if you want to go now, I mean, I'm not pulling out the displacer beasts now.
What would you put in front of just the two of them?
Just the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Castles in the sky.
Oh no, there's probably a couple of prisoners I could roll out. And you're not going to get much gold out of that.
Delgrim will kind of look over to Tiernan and say, I don't think gold is the most important thing for us right now.
Yeah, he looks at you, Tiernan, and kind of eyes you up and down a bit, and he goes, so you do realize this is to the death. Like, you go in there, you kill them, or they kill you. There's no like, oh, I'm knocked unconscious. It's like you die or you kill someone.
Okay.
That's fine. Just making sure. Just being clear about stuff. Some people get a bit edgy about that.
Yeah,
Me?
I'm.
Don't care.
No, I don't think this is for me.
Can I lean in just towards Delgrim and say, what if you get Peridon, who's currently a prisoner here?
Fight with us?
No, you
to
have to
fight
fight
against?
him.
I would very much like that.
Oh,
But
well,
then-
I was maybe
Problem
suggesting that's
solved.
not a good idea.
That would be fine for me. I understand it would complicate matters somewhat, but if I get chance to slit Peridon's throat with axe, I take it.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Why
Yes,
is
yes.
Peridon a prisoner here?
For his safety.
Yeah. Well,
Why
no,
does
no,
that
isn't that
not
the point?
feel-
We were saying it was because we are slowing down purse strings, and the safest place to put him is in the prison because he's defrauded the town. He stole the fireworks. He was selling drugs. He's a bad guy. We've been telling you this. He's
He
a
was
bad guy.
doing what?
He was selling drugs.
Don't forget conspiracy to murder.
Poor Rowan, so much to take on board in such a short period of time with all of this.
Tiernan is going to let out a giant and just turn around and walk out the building.
Delgrim will turn to the big guys. We will return, but maybe a little bit later. I look after friend and
Yep, that's
Head
fine.
off.
I'll still be
chasing
here.
after Tiernan.
Oh, I'm getting out.
All right. So you all emerge out into the street, out of just the sort of thick atmosphere that was inside that building.
Tiernan, if you desperately need to fight something, you can fight me.
What? Why?
Oh, wow.
You need to let out steam. I can take hit.
Tiernan will literally pull out his pistol, point it directly at you, and the pistol will. You can see he's loosed off the safety mechanisms, and the gears start spinning, and the whole pistol starts to glow as if it's going to launch a shot. And he just stares you directly down,
Rowan is-
full-
and then something seems to come over his face,
Grumpfel stands directly in front of
and he
Delgrim.
pulls it back.
I'm casting calm emotions.
And Rowan, while you were saying something as well.
It's okay. If Grumpfel is going to move like that, then it would cancel out what I was going to do, so it's fine.
Okay. And Miera, you're casting calm emotions.
Yes.
Is it a saving throw?
Hang on, I just check.
Completely unnecessary because Tiernan will be
That's-
clutching the
Sure.
pistol like.
It's
Good if
a
she's-
concentration charisma of 12.
Yep.
Save.
If you're casting it, you're casting it.
Okay.
It's a save of 12. Is it it's area of effect, right?
Yes. 60
Cool.
feet.
So all of us then. And,
All of
and
you.
half of the people inside the pit.
Yeah.
I'll be
The
outside.
fights are going to chill out for a little while.
Two fighters in there.
Yeah, yeah.
I can just see a fight in there. Go, I love
Okay.
you, man. I love you.
They go from fighting to loving. I'm going to roll some dice.
Calm emotions completely, not
Yeah,
like
yeah, not seduce.
So Rowan got she got a natural 11 and she's a warlock, so her charisma's like more than that.
Brilliant.
It's 16.
So what was the
Sorry.
what was the DC, Cass?
12.
12.
So I passed.
Okay. What was the save? Sorry.
Charisma of 12. You got to save against.
Christmas
So-
saves.
Well, Grumpfel's not really angry. He's just stepping in the
Yeah,
way.
that's okay.
I rolled a 10 anyway.
Okay. 13.
18.
Okay. So
And now
ironically,
Delgrim has some emotions. So
Yeah.
immediately after saving that, Delgrim is going to snap around to Miera and say, "Never do that again. That is unfair."
She was just trying
I
to
was trying
stop
to
him
help.
from shooting you.
He was aiming a weapon at you in the middle of town.
It's not about you in this moment.
Delgrim
Delgrim.
shakes himself off and walks away from the group entirely.
wow.
Rowan's going to go after him, but I will let the rest of the scene act out first before whatever we do.
So Tiernan, it says that it suppresses strong emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess this is up to you in regards to the mental state of where Tiernan was at and what the impact of the spell would have on him.
Okay. So he would have had his pistol out, pointing at a Delgrim. He would suddenly look blank and then look at his hand, look at the pistol, look incredibly embarrassed and guilty. And at a loss, and he just looks at everybody. And then unclips the pistol, puts it in his holster, and turns and walks away. Not even in the direction of the inn. Just
So Delgrim has gone one way. Tiernan, are you going essentially in an opposite direction?
yes, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right. So Delgrim has said his thing and gone one way with Rowan chasing after. And now Tiernan is heading off in the opposite direction. Yeah, chasing.
And I'm going to go after Tiernan.
Okay. And once again,
And Grumpfel's in,
Once
stuck in the
again.
middle with you.
But it's okay. It's okay because what was the difficulty? 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grumpfel rolled a 13. So he made his save.
Oh.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting
it's-
9 episodes to make that pun.
Meanwhile, Grumpfel is meanwhile these fucking kids, you know, these fucking kids.
So Grumpfel, which way are you going to go? Or are you going to just do your own thing?
Well, yes.
Sit down on the floor.
Yeah. Delgrim went that way, and Rowan was after him.
Yeah.
And Tiernan's gone this way, and Miera's gone after him.
The two halflings chasing.
Yeah.
Who do you love the most? Huh?
Oh. Heads just sits down. Waits.
Rationally and logically, and it's the little cohesion that our group has got, and the sort of the how we interact in that. Grumpfel would actually follow Tiernan and Miera because he knows that Delgrim and Rowan have a little bond because of the fireworks, and I think one-on-one with them, Grumpfel thinks that one-on-one with them would be more beneficial than Grumpfel going there. So Grumpfel will follow after Tiernan because he has a good rapport with Miera, and between the two of them, we'll be able to make sure Tiernan's okay.
Awesome. Okay. So let's flick over to Rowan and Delgrim. So Rowan, what are you actually doing?
Basically trying to catch up with him until, because I assume he's not going to storm forever. He's going to walk away to get to a space away from everyone and stop. So she's going to follow him until he stops.
He will vaguely ignore her presence, but yeah.
You can ignore me if you want. I just want to make sure you're alright.
I will be fine. I overreacted, but I will be fine.
I know. But it's important that you remember that there are people who care. I know that's possibly not something you let happen very much. But, like...
People who care do not steal the way you feel from you.
She wasn't meaning to do that. She forgot. I mean, I don't know, I'm putting words in her mouth, but those of us who deal with magic or whatever, sometimes we forget that it affects more than the one person that we intend for it to affect.
And those of us who are able to steal emotions for people should know and be wary.
I don't know if she's ever done that before. I don't know if she's ever done it before.
She has.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that when I was reading my book, I picked up some knowledge about how to sort out a friendship and make someone my friend, and I'm not going to use that on you. Because I'm not going to change your emotions.
Chuckles to himself a little bit at the mention of that.
I'm not going to change your emotions. She didn't mean to. She was focusing on trying to make sure that you didn't get shot in the face.
I get shot. I gave him the opportunity to do it, to express the way he feels.
Sure. And what if that shot?
Choice.
What if that shot in the head means you'd never come back? Then what?
Then it's
never see fireworks again?
It's a mistake on my part. I overestimate myself. That's my fault. My choice.
And what does that do to the rest of us who have to watch you get shot in the face?
That would be unfortunate. That consequence fall on Tiernan.
No. That consequence fall on both of you, and then we have to clean up the pieces, bloody as they may be. She wasn't trying to do it just to stop it all happening. She didn't want it to happen in the first place. She wanted to make sure that he got the chance to not be so angry about something we don't know how to help with. We don't even know why he's so mad. You know, Tiernan, you've been journeying it with him for longer than I have, quite literally, because you've got a week that I don't remember. Have you ever known him to be this angry and this likely to do something this strange?
You don't need missing a week to know why he's angry. You only need 4 minutes with him drunk. Clearly, he has a complicated family situation.
Sure. But point being, have you known him to be like that in the entire time you've known him up until now?
No, we have not.
So it's acting out of character?
Somewhat.
So do you think maybe she was trying to do something? Well,
we don't know that this isn't his character. We don't know that he isn't carrying these feelings all the time.
Then do we get the chance to find out?
I gave him opportunity to express those feelings. His decision was to pull a weapon and maybe shoot me in the face. That's okay. I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that, I'm not.
Not your face.
Blood on my face if you get shot.
Yeah, I can be wiped off.
I don't think that kind of thing gets wiped away.
Well, luckily you have someone who can take the feeling away from you then.
Not for long.
If you ask for that.
Doesn't work forever.
It's fine.
It doesn't work forever. It's a momentary thing. He gets rid of it for a moment to bring someone back down to earth so something drastic doesn't happen. And nothing drastic did happen.
Things.
Do you think she used it on you for that reason? She didn't aim it at you.
I don't think she didn't use it on me.
She didn't aim it at you.
It is very important to me and among my people that this gift not be used in such a way that it takes feelings from people without their permission.
Okay, so maybe yelling at her isn't the way to communicate that. Maybe a conversation to explain the
Right.
difference between your culture and her culture.
As I said, I overreact. You're right.
A little bit, yeah. But here's my question. Why do you want to fight in the pit?
There are things in this world that need to be fought. I would like to be able to fight them better.
Okay. But do you think, in the same way that it's getting shot in the face, that now's the time, given you've got an entire town waiting on you to help save them right now?
Not just one.
Then I don't know that putting yourself in harm's way is necessarily your best choice right now.
I learn or I die.
Recommendation? Watch some fireworks instead.
Only so much can be learned from firework.
Watch some literal fireworks and some other people making blood fireworks if you want. But don't make them yourself. It's like hanging onto a firework and exploding in your face.
I appreciate the recommendation, but there is blood that requires spilling.
Is it Tiernan's?
At some point, it's not Tiernan's, no. I hope one day Tiernan and I can spill that blood together as friends.
And I think you should tell him that, rather than offering for him to shoot you in the face.
Well, in my own way, that is my offer to spill blood together.
I don't know that he took it that way.
We will talk.
Good choice. Shall we go back and find them? I don't know that Grumpfel quite knew what was going on, but he certainly stepped in the way of you getting shot.
Grumpfel is adorable fool.
Maybe don't tell him that.
I had absolutely no intention of telling him that. No.
So, with that, as you two start heading back towards where everyone was, let's flip across to the other two. So, Miera, you and Grumpfel were chasing after Tiernan, or going after Tiernan. Tiernan, were you, like, what was your intent? Are you walking until you stop?
Quickening my pace, actually.
You're quickening your pace. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, geez. So we're just like having a run through the streets now. Because your strides are far bigger than mine.
Yep.
Well,
So-
dare say Miera and Grumpfel are matched for pace.
I'm curious, how long does the spell actually last?
I think it's. Let me check.
And what
Duration.
happens?
The duration is 1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute,
Alright.
yeah. That's why I was like, it's momentary. It's literally momentary.
What happens at the end of it in terms of the emotions?
So the spell suppresses strong emotions. So when the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes. So that's for charmed and frightened. I think it would be a case of, it would sort of, I feel, and anyone else can correct me here, that it would depend on the person. Like if you're given that opportunity to
It does say that, like, it can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it's hostile towards.
Yeah.
But the indifferent ends, like, and when the spell ends, it becomes hostile again. So yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think it
Can I
depends
actually
on-
just role play this then?
Yeah, of
Or
course.
The way I think actually.
Yeah,
it was going with-
no, how dare you play a role-playing game by role
What?
Yeah.
You want to RP
Yeah.
into
You
RPG?
asshole. Get the fuck out of this
Disgusting.
I mean, Prometheus and I would never do something
No.
like that.
Okay, I'm going to assume it's going to take
Hashtag
more than a
total
minute for them
dick
to
move.
catch up to me.
Yes,
Okay.
it would. If you're unless Miera and Grumpfel, like, you're making a concerted effort to, like, try and catch up with them straight away, then yeah, no, you wouldn't catch up like within a minute.
Okay. Well, after a minute occurs, Tiernan's going to increase his pace into a breakneck run and cries out, and you know for a fact he is crying at this point. And he cries out, "Just leave me alone!" And he just sprints off directionless.
So I would like
He's
you,
twice the
Tiernan.
height of everyone else.
He's gone.
So,
God.
so Tiernan, I'd like you to roll for me a D8, please. This is to ascertain the direction in which you're running.
Yeah.
Because
7.
you're saying you're just going in a direction.
I'm just, they're there. I'm going the opposite direction wherever the road leads me.
Roll
And I
D8.
am amazed we've gotten to this point, to be perfectly honest.
Roll that D8.
Yep, 7.
7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're sort of at this stage, you would be skirting along the edge of sort of the between the rat's nest and the merchant's hearth. So not quite out amongst the throng of people, sort of making your way through sort of the short streets, which are quite narrow here. Miera and Grumpfel, you would see, and you would hear Tiernan cry out what he said, and you would see him sprint off. What are you two doing?
Yes.
I dare say we'll sprint
Follow it,
after.
yeah.
Now, Grumpfel's got a walking speed of 25. How does that translate to sprinting?
So Tiernan has got a speed of 30. So
Right.
essentially, from a mechanical point of view, yeah, he can easily outrun you guys.
Right.
So Tiernan, are you trying to sort of outrun them?
Yeah, trying to get away.
Okay. All right. You take off, and Mary, you and Grumpfel sort of burst out into a sprint to try and chase them. And straight away you would know, like, he's gonna leave you in the dust. You guys round a corner. How long are you actually going to run for, Tiernan?
Good question. If you can out sprint them, probably until they're out of sight.
So you're actively trying to lose them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Are we? So we're running through streets and alleys and what
Mhm.
have you, and that, and do we pass a fountain or a horse's trough or anything that's got like some downpipe with a water collection barrel or anything along the way?
How much water are you talking about here?
It's literally a couple of drops.
Okay. Look, there's due to the sort of the broken nature of this part of the town, there's bound to be places where there's some water that will have collected with very little effort. I want you guys. So, have you got a plan in mind, Grumpfel?
Somewhat. It just depends on the direction Tiernan is taking through the throng of people or not through the throng of people.
So currently the streets here aren't terribly crowded as you race through the rat's nest.
Right.
But Tiernan is actively trying to get away from you guys. So I'm going to give you guys probably 2 chances to try and sort of keep him in sight and to do anything that you need to do before he will just simply outdistance you. And at that point in time, if he's actively trying to use you, it will just simply become too hard to catch up with him. Does that make sense?
Yep. No, that's right. All right.
Okay. So
Before, as we're running after Tiernan, depending on the path he takes and the population around him, this is Grumpfel's idea in his head. I am looking that Tiernan is heading down a street where there's buildings either side and no side alleys. What Grumpfel has in mind is he has the spell Create or Destroy Water. Creating water requires a drop of water, and essentially it creates a 30-foot cube of rain, which he is hoping to drop in front of Tiernan to stop him in his tracks, enough that we can catch up to him, but not to drown any population that are then going to take it out on us. Essentially, I want him down the chute, drop this in front of him to stop him long enough that we can catch up.
What's the range on that spell?
30 feet. That's why I asked about the running speed before, knowing that ours is 25, his is 30. He's going to outpace us. So I want to try and crap shoot that I can stop him before he's out of the distance, out of the range. If you don't think it'll work, that's fine. But that was just something I wanted to considering.
Look. So what I want you guys to do, so you're going to take off. He'll head around a corner, I'm assuming. John, tell me if I'm wrong. Cass, so Miera and Grumpfel, you race around after the corner. Can you both make a perception check to see if you can still sort of spot him?
Sure. 18.
18?
1 sec.
Yeah.
10.
If the streets are too narrow or it's too crowded, or there's side alleys that look like he's be able to shoot down, if the rain drops in front of him, then Grumpfel won't attempt it. It's basically he wants to bottleneck him.
Yeah, I think there's enough because of the layout of this.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's enough.
It was just a thought. It was like no offense, Cass. I don't have sleep or hold person. Grumpfel's just trying to work a way to slow Tiernan down so that we can catch up to him. And if it doesn't look like something like that would work, then that's fine.
So Miera, this then raises the question of, are you doing anything?
No, I don't think that I would. I don't think that I would cast sleep or anything like that on Tiernan, because I have seen, if you're not close by, I have seen what happens. So, and I wouldn't do it to Tiernan because he's kind of like, in the group.
Okay. Yeah, it's only strangers that you do terrible things to.
Yeah, Tiernan's not old enough.
Yeah, we'll wait for John to get back. So at this stage, I feel that Tiernan is probably going to be able to quite easily outdistance and get away from you guys. So Tiernan, you race off, screaming these things out, and after running for a few minutes, sort of winding your way through the streets, you know, sort of off to one side you can hear the hustle and bustle of the market, and off to the other side you can, there's not nearly as much noise as you sort of wind your way along the edge. And after a while you sort of glance back over your shoulder and there's no sign of Miera or Grumpfel.
Once Tiernan notices that he's not being followed, it's like he becomes just exhausted, not so much physically, but more of the emotionally, and just slows down his pace and just starts turning into a bit of a jog. He jogs and walks aimlessly for at least another 5-10 minutes. Stops, takes a couple of breaths, and starts looking around himself. Where are we, Blinky?
Can you roll a d20 for me?
Mm-hmm. Eight.
Okay. You look around, and you take a moment, and you realize you've probably run further into the rat's nest. It's now sort of a maze of broken buildings, alleyways almost caused by the destruction of property in some respects. No significantly sort of defined main road. The ground itself is just dirt. The pungent smell of raw sewage fills your nose as you sort of pause and take in the environment.
I'm going to grab Blinky, bring him up to my head, put my head against his, just quietly cry.
Miera and Grumpfel, what are you two doing?
Well, I guess I
Um,
don't know whether it's a good idea to keep going. Do we go that way and hope that we kind of go the right way?
yeah, do we
Or
keep going
do we
after? Like, you
stop?
got us to roll perception to see if we see or whatever. I did get an 18. Will that allow to sort of try and maybe see what direction he's heading in? Or do
You
want
have a
different-
rough idea of where he was heading?
We may slow down a bit because obviously we don't know, we can't see him, but we
Yeah.
could probably still keep heading in a direction to try and see if we can find him.
You know that he went northwest, but as you keep going, like there's the main road you're sort of leaving back behind you at this stage, and you're now heading through again sort of like this maze of small streets and alleyways. There are a few people out and about, and this is definitely a very different part of the town. And as you make your way through, you can see people who are definitely less well off. The style of clothing, people are in rags, people are sort of dirty and unkept. Off in the distance, you can hear, the crying of children. A stray dog runs past you. There is, and again, very much like with Tiernan, there's that the very pungent odor in this part of town. Way off in the distance, you can hear the noise of the market. But as you sort of keep going northwest, you that's gradually sort of vanishing in the distance.
Well, I feel like we can't just let Tiernan be here by himself. He's so distressed.
No, I think we should continue to try to locate our friend. It wouldn't be any good for him to leave him in such a state in a place that I dare say he's never been before. I know I haven't been to Harrow before myself. I think it is our duty to locate him.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep going in the right in some sort of direction, and just hope that we stumble on him. I don't even know where he went.
I don't know. I feel we are heading in the right direction, but yes, let's hopefully find him before anything nefarious should happen to him.
As you say that, a voice behind you goes, "Do you need a little help finding someone out here? Me and some friends can maybe help you out." And you turn around and you see a fairly skinny looking human, wild, unkept hair, a beard which has sort of patchy and motley, clothes which are torn and ripped. However, the cudgel in his hand certainly seems very, very functional. And as you glance around, 5 other people sort of emerge from the shadows around you as this person says, "I'm sure we can help you out for a price." And that is where we will stop for today.
Oh,
the
my
party
goodness.
split 2 versus 5.
Oh.
Boom, boom. Ah!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, holy shit.
And this is where
Wow,
we level up,
guys.
and Grumpfel gets access to 3rd level spells.
Right.
Yes, the
Nice
run
try.
gave it to us.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I'm just looking.
yes.
It's a cliff hamburger.
Cliffhammer. It's a cliffhammer.
Cliffhammer.
It's a
Oh.
cliffhammer.
So we're gonna do a usual round the circle of favorite parts, and I'm gonna start for at the beginning at words, starting me first, words English. Because fucking I loved all of the character stuff in this episode, like all of the interactions. I feel like it's one of the first really kind of getting our teeth into some really interesting stuff about people. Conflict's always a great way to bring that stuff out. But this has been awesome. I've fucking loved it. But that's me. Who wants to go next?
Oh, I have to. I really do. Oh my god, what an emotional roller coaster.
It's great. It's fucking great.
I loved every second of playing Tiernan. I'm sorry, but I don't know how everyone else feels about him at the moment. Oh, but this is I love it.
Grumpfel's definitely going to pummel him because Grumpfel's just about to get mugged because of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe have some backup characters ready for next episode.
It's just gonna be Delgrim and Rowan swooping in on her.
Look,
here they come to save the day.
Greatest thing about this
Grumpfel's
episode.
fine. He's got Miera. Miera's got sleep. Got hold person. Got fireball.
Crit
Got
miss,
lightning strike.
you
crit
brainy
and miss.
bastards. We're just finishing.
I know,
Stick
guys.
around and listen to all the fun stuff that we loved that you missed out on.
Yeah.
Honestly.
We just keep going. Let's just keep. No, we can't.
Blab's. I think the stretch is good. I've cracked every joint through these stretch redeems tonight. So thank you, everybody. That's
Crit and
honestly
miss.
the
Thank you
best
for
part.
checking.
The best part of this episode for myself has been every time I think I know the emotional roller coaster, which is Tiernan, another player comes in and just and it happened multiple times in this episode. And I'm just like, what would actually do Tiernan physically do mentally? And it's just been so wonderful to play. Just the player interaction tonight has been absolute.
It's been awesome.
It's been awesome. Yeah,
it's
been awesome.
very.
I have to go to someone else because I've just been
Watching.
trained playing him tonight.
Well, I think my favorite part was definitely Full Drink Tiernan. That was chef's kiss. So good. The fact that you just were talking to yourself and name dropping and expecting everyone else to understand what the hell you were talking about was just perfect drunk person. And I'm very interested to see what 5-drink Tiernan looks like.
Yeah.
Although now we know Tiernan's an angry drunk.
Yeah.
Well, technically, he wasn't
Emotional.
drunk. He wasn't drunk.
That's true.
Yeah. It's been
No,
The drunk wasn't removed.
Stay off the
but
gin,
he
Tiernan.
was already mad at his brother when that was happening. So like he is an angry drunk. He's not a raging drunk.
He wasn't.
He's an angry drunk.
Well,
And Miera
It'll be
will
interesting.
forever remember that your sister has no eyebrows.
yep.
Yeah.
Any explosion
characteristic of
followed by a
Bragwin.
cackle is Tiernan's sister.
Bragwin.
Oh my god.
So good. I also enjoyed Grumpfel being described as an adorable fool.
Don't know what you're talking
I
about.
I don't think he's a fool, but adorable.
Excellent.
Stepped in front of a shooty bang bang. That's foolish.
That's part of his backstory.
So Heath, what about you?
It's just like I got to admit the Tiernan Delgrim BFFs forming and then splitting in as many seconds as it took to form,
Yeah.
it splintered again. But
Like oil and water, shake them up together and then
that
whip.
was good. That was good. I do like how Rowan reappeared. We hear the little. No, okay,
Nope.
cool. We're doing our thing. We're doing our thing. No one bothers to look backwards, but we're doing our thing. And all. I mean, it was simple, but it was beautiful. Yeah.
And on the subject of Rowan, Okay.
I really liked everyone's realization that Rowan was there.
Yeah.
Because I messaged Hamish, being like, so he turned around, right? And he looked down.
And I'm
So
like,
I'm
oh
there
shit,
now.
yeah.
I also really enjoyed, and like, this is selfish as all heck, and I don't care. Doing that scene at the end with like Rowan and Delgrim, I think was really fun and nice. And I'm really glad, Heath, that you decided to have Grumpfel go the other way, because I think it would have been a very different scene.
It made sense to him.
Yeah, I just think it would have been a very different scene, like even as a player. So I'm like grateful to you as
No, that's
as
right.
Heath
Yeah,
for making that decision for Grumpfel.
Yeah.
In that respect. But yeah, also, yeah, I mean, Fordring Tiernan takes it, right? Like, and actually, Tiernan heading to the bar and being like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. Oh, no. She knows I'm going to tell the truth. Shit.
I was just waiting for Tiernan to get like the blue screen of death in his eyes, and it said error 404 file not found.
Yeah.
Awesome. Promethean.
Heath's puns they get me every time, and I love them. Never stop doing them, please, ever.
I can send you your very own stave if you like.
Thank you.
This
Except for that
kids.
one, that was rubbish.
This kids.
No, that's terrible. Don't do that ever again. No.
This is what we had before
At
USB.
the top of the stream
God.
was absolutely hilarious
that was-
and properly sent me. That was amazing. I'm also really happy that Miera decided to buy a single firework and threw half of my money into helping to do that. Thank you. I also very much enjoyed that kind of one-on-one proper RP moment with Rowan and Delgrim. That was super fun. And I think it kind of works with the relationship that Rowan and Delgrim have kind of been building, that it ended up being them. So that was super cool. And yeah, Fordring Tiernan and emotional wreck Tiernan, and I want to go fight stuff Tiernan. John, all of that was
Emotional
incredible.
roller
Thank
coaster,
you.
Tiernan. I'm here for it.
I am
Here
just
for it.
amazed that all of that actually happened, and I'm just. This is
It's all right.
exactly what he would do,
Oh.
and it's been so much fun to play him this session. It really has, and I'm sorry that I completely derailed everything.
No, dude.
at all.
Absolutely no
This is-
apologies. No.
Like I was saying in the chat, like these moments are some of the best moments.
Sorry, Ellen, you 3D printed the same icon. I love it.
and
She
also-
knows. She
Yeah.
knows. It's fine.
And NVC DM said that as well. It's a real life save icon.
That's right. Hamish, whatever the hell accent that was that you gave
my God.
Zerplethorpe.
Oh yeah.
That was
Yeah.
I-
So good.
And
Oh,
just
man.
just
That was
to
half
sort of
Texan, half.
Oh, fucking half
If-
who knows what.
It was
Just
definitely a southern
all
drawl.
sexy.
just
Yeah.
clarify for me. The dude was a gnome.
Yep.
So obviously, as a deep gnome, one of the languages is also gnome, and I was almost going to say to him, I speak to him in a like not an undercommon, an above gnome, and I was going to try and match your accent. I'm like, I'm going to slaughter this, and Ham is doing
Oh,
such.
no,
I'm like,
trust
no.
me, I was doing
I'm
a good
like,
enough
I'm
job
I'm just
for
going to
it.
leave
Do
the
it.
stage. I'm going to leave the one spotlight on the stage, and it's all Hams.
Yeah, no, that was
It's like if you remember Alo when he drops between the accents when he's doing the different languages, and I thought I'll just leave Ham to it. This is beautiful.
Thank you to everybody in the chat.
Yes.
Um,
Chad, do you have any favorite moments that we haven't
Yes.
mentioned? Because our
Yeah.
raiders
Oh,
would
yeah.
obviously love to hear those, because we have been playing, not being in the chat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we've been a bit
yeah.
focused on what our characters are doing this session. That's for sure.
Great.
Consequences.
Yeah. Yeah.
comes the consequence, chasing me right now. So many consequences.
And the other cool thing about Tiernan's
Miera-
like situation there is it takes some of the attention away from the whole grave robbing situation, so that works.
Yeah.
I'm happy with
And the
that.
like Rowan vanishing part that just everyone's just like, yeah, it's fine,
Well,
we're just worried about Tiernan now.
That was the other one for you too, just his sudden reappearance and like all of us missing that it happened, and you were just
I was-
trailing along behind us.
I was just
into
sitting
the
there being like,
bloody
I need a time in the
clerical
crowd because
office,
I
or-
like need to like work out
You
when
know
I can
what?
pop out.
I don't know what happened this session, because last session we were rolling super good.
Mhm.
stuff we didn't need it for.
Yeah.
And
I was not doing that tonight. No.
someone popped up out of the
Not
blue
rolling
and we
good.
didn't see it at all.
Although you did roll pretty high for that calm emotions, though.
I did.
Yep,
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to exploring that conversation more with Miera when Miera and Delgrim get a quiet little moment.
That's if
together.
we
It'll be fun.
survive.
That's if they survive. We're just like over here being like, where'd they go?
Well, I will have
it'll be
that conversation
interesting,
over Miera's grave, and then I'll rob it,
Dig it
No!
up. Yeah.
dig it up, and
Oh.
steal all the
I'll allow it.
Maybe
I
I
may
don't
have
trust.
I may have a ring you can take.
I was gonna say maybe I don't trust Miera with my ring. I'm just gonna hang on to it now forever and never disappear into it ever again.
Wait a minute. You're not making the halfling the ring bearer?
Oh.
Oh God!
Yeah, we are because it's gonna take her forever to get there, and that's the point. They can pop out whenever.
So Action Surge, yes, everything is on YouTube.
Mhm. All up to date too.
We
Almost.
are
I think there's world building stuff that's not up yet.
the world building stuff's not up there
Yeah,
from
the
an
world building
episode point of view. All of the episodes bar this one is up there at the moment. So if you want to catch up, go check it out. It's on the Meeples and Dragons channel. Yeah, you can see how we got to this point. And then
How did
check
we
in-
get
Oh,
here?
how do, yeah.
Yeah, and then in a
Yeah.
fortnight's time, how do we get out of it?
I can guarantee you had no idea that this is where we were going to end.
Nope.
It's great. Loved it. Loved every second of it. So one final shout out to you guys players. It's been awesome. I've loved
I'm
it.
so glad I'm back. I miss
It's so
you
great to have you
guys.
We're so
You're
glad
so
to have critically
fun.
acclaimed Kate O'Sullivan back. Also. Thank you.
Like, all the way up.
Thank you for being back.
I'm like literally last session, I was like in the car, just being like, "Hi guys, I miss you. I have to drive and go do things, but like, hi chat, are they dead yet?
They
Oh,
did, yeah.
awesome.
Did Ham
Hi.
TPK them?
All right.
Oh, thanks,
Thanks,
Blam.
Blam.
Oh, thanks, Lam.
Oh.
Lam, you rock.
This is
Um,
9. So, yeah. This is episode 9. There have been 8. They are all up. I think I'm looking at Saz to just get a nod for confirmation. Yep, they
Yeah,
are
they
all
are.
up already on YouTube if you do want
On
to catch up.
YouTube.
I know that Red, Dragon Kia here on Twitch is trying to catch up because they wanted to be in the chat tonight, but they also didn't want to be behind and need to catch up. And can I also just quickly tiny shout out to both Dragon Kia and NVC for coming to my show?
Absolutely.
Oh,
They
they made it.
came. They
No,
actually.
not
There is
allowed.
a photo of the 3 of us at my actual show, and
I
I'm
think-
like,
Did I see that photo? I might have.
I think you
seen
called
that.
it the
I
strangest
posted it in
Ultron,
did I?
Red's. I posted it in
Yeah,
Red's
yeah.
Discord, but nowhere else because I want to check with them if I'm allowed to.
I have a feeling
internet
that's where I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yes. And Ellen, who's also in the chat, who I should probably definitely shout out because she also definitely came to the show. Whoops. Hello, I love you. You're leaving me and going to Sydney, and I'm sad about it. But yes, so thank you to people who support shows and stuff. But it's great. The real world.
With Blam subscribing, is there any subscription targets we've got?
Is Kate singing? That's what the world needs to know.
I just sang.
Kate singing.
Look, here comes the consequence, and no one was paying attention.
Yep. Blam, we are only at the very beginning of things. So yep, great time to jump in. The group's only just really starting to kind of come together. We're at the what is it? Forming. I can't remember. We're at that second stage of a group where everyone starts to butt heads before we get into that normality side of things, if we ever get there.
Forming, storming, norming, and performing. Is that
this
Something
thing?
like that. I should
Developmental sequence in something. I can read things. Things
Yeah.
are loading on my computer.
I should
fast
know
as
that.
I should do it.
It's storming.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Forming, storming, norming, and performing, which is
Yeah.
the stages of team members as they go from strangers to co-workers.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
Go.
For a second, it started to
Internet.
sound like a really bad Dr. Seuss rhyme.
Yeah. I should know that stuff. But anyway, Saz, do we have someone to raid out to?
No. Any?
No.
Hey, chat, quickly. Any shout outs for people to raid to who you happen to love? Crit and Miss, if you're
Yeah,
still
I'm
in chat. Is there
I'm
anyone you
sure
want to
as
raid
well.
us to raid your lovely people, your lovely community?
Because I was
that you threw at us?
100% going to point at the crit and miss.
We were all being like, crit miss! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
I'm having a quick
Let's have a
look to
look.
see if there's anyone, like any Australians who are streaming right now who would be good to read.
Australians.
Oh, I mean, like, I just kind of want to go throw us at someone who's like small and tiny and plays
Yeah,
D&D.
yeah. And go,
Let's-
hello.
Let's see if we can just find someone who's streaming D&D that we can.
Who's Quest
Oh,
Junkies
Who?
UK?
What are they doing? Action search. What are they doing right now? Are they D&Ding? Are they doing something else? Blam, we do have stuff on our website
And you can
for the
actually
class and race stuff. Yeah.
you can also
so if you-
exclamation point and put in the character's name, and it'll give
Yeah.
you
So
a
if you
small
do
little
this, for example, there's Rowan or Delgrim or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tiernan.
Let's see.
Quite a few French folk on, but
There's like a Curse of
Okay.
Strahd campaign. What are you doing? Are
One of
you
the one of the Spanish channels I follow. They sometimes game D&D game in English, but I don't think they are tonight.
There's some guys making homebrew with Twitch chat.
Well, if we can't raid someone, I guess we don't.
Oh no,
That'll be
you're a
first.
child. We're not raiding you. Go away. Not in like that
Classic.
way, but in a like.
Yeah.
There's a group who look like they're playing in English, which could be
Pick
fun.
one.
They're only tiny. Have a look.
Mm-mm-mm.
Do we want? Are we okay with just like raiding a random chat?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why
Um,
not?
Share the love.
So
Roll
my
those
suggestion
dice.
then is there's a character. I'm going to chuck it in the chat, says for you if you want. There's these guys who, if you just want to like have a little, that's their Twitch handle there. Who just seem to be like playing some D&D. And they only have like 3 people watching, so we could totally just go be like,
Yeah,
bam!
that little
love
thing.
that.
Hello.
Love that.
Hello,
Yeah,
lovely
I love
humans.
that. I like that. I like that.
And they've been playing for an hour, so they're like well and truly into their session. So I feel like that'd
Absolutely.
be nice to just like go jump in on them if everyone's cool with that. That's what I feel like we should do.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the channel is called Flurry of Foes. They are playing in English. All their stuff is like that they are Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop wargaming. So, and they have a podcast. So I think
We
we
won't
could
hold
just
that
go
against them.
jump in on them. What's
Cool,
wrong
man.
with
All right.
us hanging out here is that the time zones aren't nice for everyone except me, because it's only like 9:15 for me, and everyone else is like, "Oh God, I'm so tired."
Yeah, I'm an
So-
old man, Blam. I need, if I don't go to bed, then I seize up and turn into a rock.
Yeah, he literally turns into the pet rock in my character's.
Yeah.
And
That's
we
kind of
need to make
embarrassing.
sure our GM stays as
Fresh as a daisy.
Oh,
alive.
it's a D&D campaign finale over there. That's great.
Yeah.
If that's what they're
Perfect.
doing, action search, that'd be great.
All right,
Let's
Says,
go
are
jump
we
on
all
them.
locked and loaded?
Show
Right.
them some love.
All right, guys.
Once also quickly shout out to Says. Says, you're great. We love you. Let us go and raid out. Thank you again to everyone who's come and checked this out. Come back in a fortnight's time and find out what's going to happen with Miera and Grumpfel. Will Rowan and Delgrim come to their rescue? And will Tiernan recover from his emotional breakdown?
One. Bye.
Bye.